Well, welcome everyone, bienvenido a todos to the Mount Diablo Unified School District Governing Board meeting on February 10th, 2021. It is 6:04 and we are reconvening our open session here. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance and roll call. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You and I are in sync.
Not everyone turns on their sound, I guess. We'll be back in person soon for that to work a lot better. Thank you. All right. Okay, so next is roll call. Vice President Mason.
Here.
And we have our student board member, Trustee Alas.
Here.
Trustee Mayo.
Present.
Trustee Nzewi.
Here.
And Trustee McFerrin.
Here.
All right, and Trustee Count is here as well, so we are all present. All right. So 6.2, review and potential approval of the agenda. Did anyone have any changes to the order or any? Do we have a motion to approve the agenda for tonight?
I'll make a motion. We approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Trustee Mason.
Second.
All right, motion by Trustee Mason, second by Trustee Mayo, and we will put that to a vote. Trustee Alas.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
I also vote yes, so the motion to approve the agenda has passed unanimously with student board member concurrence. All right, so we'll start with the report out 7.0, report out taken in closed session. 7.1, negotiations. The board may discuss negotiations or provide direction to its representatives regarding represented employees pursuant to EERA Government Code Section 3549.1. Agency negotiators Dr. Adam Clark, Dr. John Rubio, Dr. Dan Scudero, Dr. Lisa Gonzalez, Dr. Wendy Aguili, Jennifer Sachs, Cesar Alvarado, and Mike Berg. Agencies Medea, DMA, MDSPA, CSEA, CST Local 1, and Teamsters Local 856. We provided direction in this case. 7.2, discipline, dismissal, release, or reassignment of public employee, Government Code Section 54957B1, one case. In closed session by a vote of 5-0 with 0 abstentions, the board took action to accept the resignation of employee ID number 22949. And the board voted as follows. Each board member voted yes. Trustee Count, Trustee Mayo, Trustee McFerrin, Trustee Mason, and Trustee, did I just say all 5? And Trustee Nzewi. Thank you. All right. So 7.3, conference with legal counsel. We had existing litigation 54956.9, 2 cases. Contra Costa Superior case number MSC 19-02566, John Doe versus MDUSD, and case name unspecified because the disclosure could jeopardize existing settlement negotiations. On both of these, the board unanimously authorized to pursue settlement in both cases. All right, so that takes us to public comment, 8.0. 8.1, public comment. The public may address the board regarding any items within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes each, or a total of 30 minutes for all speakers, or the 3-minute limit may be shortened. If there are multiple speakers on any one subject, the public comment period may be moved to the end of the meeting. Speakers are not allowed to yield their time. So in this case, it looks like we have a number of public speakers. And so, Mr. Breidenthal, how many speakers do we have tonight?
That's correct. Thank you, Board President Count. We do have 33 pre-registrants for public comment here, so it would be up to you to shorten that
Okay.
possibly to 2 minutes, depending on how long you'd like to dedicate to public comment.
Thank you. Yes, I think 2 minutes would make sense. We could shorten from 3 minutes to 2 minutes for each speaker and still be able to hear all the speakers tonight. So thank you. Is everyone
Understood.
in agreement? Okay.
Okay, we
right.
will begin public comment with just a few notes of order. We have public comment actually by two methods, and we definitely encourage it and we welcome it. The first method is public comment in real time here, which required pre-registration. 33 individuals, as I had mentioned, had registered, and I will ask that actually those who have registered and are now present in this meeting, please submit your name into the chat and we will take names in order. Please note that the ordinary allotment of 3 minutes has been shortened to 2 minutes as we have stated, and speakers will have 2 minutes therefore for their comments. While registrants are entering their names into the chat here, I will note that alternatively, public comments on any item within the jurisdiction of the board, as was mentioned, may be sent to board comments at mdusd.org. So that's board comments at mdusd.org, and we received a number of public comments there. Those are available until the adjournment of the meeting. So anytime from now until the end of the meeting, that will still be available to you. Emails that we've received thus far may be monitored by visiting mdusd.org/board meetings. Okay. Just a moment here, and we'll get our first few names.
While you're doing that, can we have our translator? I meant to do this at the beginning of the meeting to remind people how to access translation.
Busque el botón con un icono en forma de círculo que dice Interpretation. O desde un celular, oprima sobre los 3 puntos y luego oprima sobre Language Interpretation.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. So for our public comment order, the first 3 are going to be Walter Eckelbar, followed by Jane Enlow, and then we will have Dan Reynolds. So Jane and Dan, please stand by. We'll bring into the panel Walter. Just a moment. Okay, Walter, whenever you're ready, your time will begin at your first word.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I'm actually driving home from work today. Things got a little hectic, so please bear with me, but I find this to be important enough to call in from the car. My first point is really that I want to emphasize that kids are continuing to struggle with distance learning, kids and families. And the longer that this goes on, the more children will leave. We've pulled our own child from MDUSD, and he may not return for a number of years, not even when we do return. Our daughter may leave if there's no clear direction from MDUSD about school returning in the fall. My second point is related to that, is that after these children leave, that this will leave MDUSD in a worse financial shape than they already are. If we want to have a really strong functioning public education school system in our area, I believe it's imperative that we do return to as much in-person learning as possible immediately. And we should do that by following state guidance. We should not be making up our own rules as we go. We shouldn't be listening to demands from Medea about keeping caseloads at less than 7 per 100,000 in every single town that we serve in MDUSD. This is just a obstructionist tactic to make sure schools do not open. Just follow the guidance. It's scientifically proven to work. We've seen it in our neighboring school districts. We see it in private schools. We've seen it across the country and the world. Just follow the guidance. So with that, I'll conclude. So thank you.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Jane Enlow to be followed by Dan Reynolds. Jane?
Hi, I'm Jane Enlow, Balch Enlow. I'm a teacher and a parent in the district. I'm a teacher at Sequoia Middle and I'm a parent at College Park High School. You guys have really important decisions to decide how to give certain resources to certain areas. And I'm going to ask that no layoffs happen because, as you just heard, they want us to come back. Well, in order for us to come back, we're going to need to be able to have smaller class sizes and be able to do things in order to be able to differentiate and be able to help teach our children and be able to do my job the best that I can do. And after 30 years, I take my job very seriously and want to do the best for my students. We need our staff there. And we need our staff to be full-time 100% so that we can go hybrid next year when appropriate. And I understand the financial difficulties and that we're not in a wonderful position, but I really think as trustees that we have to make difficult decisions and craft the best education solutions possible for our students with these limited resources. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Dan Reynolds, who will be followed by Alyssa Juarez. First, Dan.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Dan Reynolds. I am a graduate of MDUSD Schools, a former teacher in the district, and I have 2 children who are students in the district. Currently, I am the executive director of the Mount Diablo Education Association. Medea is concerned that the district first interim budget report presented to the board at your meeting on December 14th and the rest of the financial picture being presented to the board is incomplete in ways that make things look worse. There is no structural deficit in MDUSD. There should be no cuts this year. There should be no layoffs. To explain in more detail some of our concerns. We worry that the first interim report is over projecting certificated salaries and other related costs, potentially by millions of dollars. Specifically, the first interim report indicates that the district has 1,638.5 certificated FTE, yet the most recent list that I have seen shows fewer than 1,550. Does the first interim list costs for 90 employees that don't exist? Also, the board has been presented with the worrisome idea that health and welfare costs will increase 10% next year. But when we asked for what proof Fiscal was using, they referenced the most dire projection in a report from June 2020 about projections for 2021 healthcare costs. That report encourages thinking that rates could go up by 4%, 6%, or 10%. The thing is, though, we know what the rates are for 2021. They went up by 5.875%, nowhere near 10. Similarly, the fiscal department is also under projecting revenue increases in future years. The first interim used an overly fearful 0.0% cost of living adjustment or increase for next year. The Department of Finance is currently projecting a 3.84% increase for next year. That is more than $8 million in new ongoing revenue for the district. Fix the multi-year projections and the budget picture improves even more, especially when you consider that the Department of Finance is also listing increased revenue in 22-23 and 23-24. There is no structural deficit. There should be no cuts this year. There should be no layoffs. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Alyssa Juarez, who will be followed by Julia Jameson. Alyssa?
Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alyssa Juarez, and I'm a teacher librarian in the district. This school year has been unlike any ever before, and you have to make decisions about how to use the resources given to you in order to best meet the needs of our students. It's important to remember that the district will have the same or greater funding next year, which is great because our students' need will be great as well, even if you lose enrollment. I would ask that you please do what's best for our kids and refrain from any layoffs this year. Stability and consistency are so important for our Title I schools, and yet these schools are typically the ones most impacted by layoffs. No layoffs means that students and staff can pick up next year more seamlessly, and relationships that have been built this year can be continued and strengthened next year. It's also the perfect way to support our most neediest students. When I came into this district, I was at a Title I site, and most students told me they weren't going to listen to me or do what I asked because it wasn't worth it to them, since I wasn't going to be there next year anyway. They were so used to teachers who didn't want to be there or left the first chance that they got. When I returned year after year to that site, the difference in behavior, even from the first year to the second year I was there, was night and day. They knew that not only did I want to be there, but that I wasn't going to go anywhere. And when I was pulled from that site, it was such an emotional upheaval for those students. I understand that the district is not in the best place financially right now, as are the majority of most of the American people. And I appreciate that you have to make some difficult decisions in order to provide the best education possible for our students with very limited resources. But I truly believe that no layoffs this year are financially feasible. And I thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Julia Jameson, to be followed by Brenda Barnhart. First, Julia.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Clark. My name is Julia Jameson, and I'm an English teacher at Mount Diablo High School. I'm speaking this evening to encourage you to avoid layoffs to certificated staff this year. Layoffs to certificated staff disproportionately impact Title I schools like Mount Diablo High School, as your own trustee McFerrin can attest. When schools like Mount end up with teachers laid off, they are replaced with new teachers who lack seniority. When the next round of layoffs happen, those same teachers with the least seniority are again laid off and replaced by new teachers who again lack seniority, and thus the cycle perpetuates. This cycle not only disproportionately impacts students at Mount Diablo High School by providing them with less experienced teachers, it also disrupts our wall-to-wall academy model by draining institutional knowledge and disrupting the concept of small learning communities, which is supposed to build community and provide continuity between students and their instructors over their years in high school. Furthermore, you have an opportunity to avoid layoffs this year. Because funding for 21-22 will be based on 1920 ADA, despite the fact that 1,100 students approximately have left the district this year, you will receive funding for those 1,100 students so that you can see in the fall, or when we return to in-person instruction, should it happen before then, how many of those 1,100 students are going to stay gone and how many are going to return. You do not need to make layoffs this year. Rather, you can wait until next year to see if your decline in enrollment is durable or if it's fleeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Brenda Barnhart, to be followed by Kelly Randall. First, Brenda.
Hello, my name is Brenda Barnhart, and I am a teacher at Strandwood Elementary. I know this year has been incredibly difficult for everyone, and you have some very difficult decisions to make for how to allocate resources, but the district has received a huge amount of money from the state, and more is coming. Also, more might be coming from the federal level. I also believe that once our schools have safely reopened, the majority of students who have left will return. These students will need a lot of support next year, and they need to be with teachers and staff who know them and understand the community. This is not the time to lay off teachers and cram as many students as possible into each classroom. Layoffs create chaos, stress, and anger. I found out yesterday that I will be one of the teachers receiving a pink slip. And many teachers, like myself, may decide to leave the district. They won't wait around all summer waiting to see if they still have a job. And with a huge teacher shortage nationwide, where are you going to find qualified replacements? Please do not lay off dedicated teachers who have worked harder this year than ever before. We deserve the pay raise that was promised to us last year, and we deserve vaccines as soon as possible and before returning. Thank you for listening and considering my concerns.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. We have next Kelly Randall, to be followed by Betsy Lesser. First, Kelly.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kelly Randall, and my children go to Mount Diablo Elementary and Clayton Valley High School, and I am asking you to safely reopen our schools. I'm a preschool teacher in Concord, and we have been open since September. We all wear masks, wash hands, and are staying healthy, and we have had 0 COVID cases at our school. Reopening safely can be done. Since this board has failed to get a plan in motion, our children are still sitting alone in their bedrooms for an average of 6 hours a day working on distance learning and homework. It's a very sad and depressing sight. If this board had made better plans to get small groups on campus months ago, our schools could have been opening this week like every other district around us. According to the state of California guidelines, it is safe to open kindergarten through 6th grade schools in Contra Costa County. Medical professionals are urging schools to open. Our COVID numbers have been steadily decreasing, and it's safe to bring children back to campus, as well as teachers. We are losing families all over the place who are choosing to homeschool, move to private school, and even some moving out of the state. I'm also worried about the economic discrepancy between our district and others. Most of our population needs to be back in school the most. Keeping our kids out of the classroom is going to widen the academic achievement gap between families with working parents that cannot help their children out and families that have an adult working from home who can help them or pay for pods and tutors. I'm worrying about the emotional well-being of students and the toll on families. My once enthusiastic 5th grader rarely gets up for school and won't dress for the day. I can see the emotional wear and tear, and it breaks my heart. Please vote on a hybrid plan to bring students back this spring. Any hybrid plan at this point would be appreciated. I would like the school district to offer 2 full days a week of in-person learning, and in the fall have all of our schools back. In looking at what our neighbors in San Ramon have achieved, their students started this week with 4 days a week of 3 hours a day. It's sad for us to only go 2.5 hours for 2 days a week. Why does a child in Danville get more than double the hours of in-person instruction than their Clayton and Concord counterparts?
Pardon my
Please
interruption.
figure this out.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard.
Thank you.
We have next Betsy Lesser to be followed by Blanca Vega. First, Betsy.
Hi, my name is Betsy Lesser, and my child goes to Hidden Valley Elementary School. And I am very concerned since he is the only child at the house, but these are 2 questions that I submitted to you guys. And one of the questions is, I would like to get a transparency on where the pandemic funds are going, because I know the district is getting money from the federal government and state government. So I just would like to know where you guys are spending that money, if it's being spent in actually trying to reopen the schools or if it's being spent on salaries. And then 2, do we actually have a concrete solution to reopen the schools or the district again? Or, has anything been filed with the city? We're kind of lost here and our kids are suffering. You guys' job is to work for the kids, and the kids, I'm telling you, the kids are suffering. I can't express this anymore. And it's really hurting my feelings with all this. As minorities, we need to do better for our kids. We can't just have the buildings full of adults and the kids not being there. I, for one, pay taxes, and it's to keep the schools open for the kids, not for the adults. It's not for you guys, it's for the kids. So we need to bring them back this spring if you guys can. So please consider, do what you can to reopen the schools and the district back up. And that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard.
Thank you.
Next, we have Blanca Vega to be followed by Trevor Pike. First, Blanca.
Hello, good evening, dear members of the board and Superintendent Mr. Clark. I'm so honored to be speaking tonight for the Bay Point community. I have been, my name is Blanca Sandoval Vega, and I have had the honor to serve this wonderful community of teachers, parents, and children, teaching for 3 generations at some points. And I know you have, and I work for Shore Acres Elementary, pardon me. And you have a very important decision to make about how to allocate resources to meet the needs of students. We understand that, and the district will have the same or greater funding next year. Our students will have greater needs than ever before. I would like to know what the equity department is doing on this manner due to the differences, discrepancies that our schools distant from one another, a one-fits-all program to go back to school does not pertain to the needs of our Title I schools. And I urge you to please consider and see more of this equity department work towards our students and communities. We are not all the same, and it's not correct for you to address and have a one plan, you know. We all know the pandemic has been hard on students and on us. We love our jobs. We are teachers who give our best and even what we don't have, because we are passionate and we're devoted to our professions. Our professions deal with children, and you have to treat us as equally with compassion as you do to our kids.
Pardon my
because-
interruption. You do have 15 seconds remaining.
Thank you so much. So I just want to urge you to please take care of these discrepancies and bring the gap small. And we cannot be treated like just pawns in a chess game. We are people, we are humans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. We have Trevor Pike next, to be followed by Kim Apana. First, Trevor.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Clark. My name is Trevor Pike, and I am an English teacher at Mount Diablo High School and a parent of 2 students that attend schools in the district. You have important decisions to make about how to allocate resources to meet the needs of students. The district will have the same or greater funding next year. Our students will have greater needs than ever before. Please keep our current staffing levels and refrain from any layoffs this year. Layoffs have a tendency to create chaos, cause disruption, and increase levels of stress and anger. You can play a part in limiting stress and anxiety and helping our educators help students by avoiding layoffs this year. I am personally looking forward to continuing to work alongside all of the wonderful educators in my department at Mount Diablo, and that department would be substantially harmed if layoffs brought about the loss of our newest staff members. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Kim Apana, to be followed by Cynthia McDowell. First, Kim.
Hi, my name is Kim Apana, and I am a teacher at Riverview Middle School. It is imperative that you not lay off teachers this year. I strongly believe that parents are against teacher layoffs. Our district says that equity is important, and I would like to believe that the parents and caregivers at our Title I schools are heard, but I fear sometimes it isn't so. Many of us who work at these schools, as well as parents and caregivers in our community, feel that we're not being heard. We have the same size classes as schools in more affluent areas, but we have higher rates of staff transition. Staff transition. Every time a teacher is laid off, our students and community members suffer. At Title I schools, the student-teacher bond is often a frontline issue. Our student body has high rates of trauma, homelessness, foster care needs, Black and brown children, low socioeconomic issues, mental health concerns. Teachers at Title I schools and their students build a strong and necessary rapport. Students trust the security of the school and know that we care. Teachers leave because they are laid off. Students lose significant people in their lives. This leads to further trauma for the children's teens and their families. The district needs to look at the equity and see what they can do to institutionally change this devastation that these children face year after year. I also want to bring up to your attention about how COVID has impacted Bay Point. Every week, I have at least one student tell me about someone in their family who has COVID. They themselves, the children, are sick with COVID or had COVID. Over winter break, the father of one of my students passed away. Another student told me how their father also passed away a few months prior to that due to COVID. One of my students just last week told me that they were really sick. The parents were concerned about getting them tested because if they were tested positive for COVID, they would not be able to return to work for 14 days due to the quarantine. My situation is not unique. I've heard it from colleagues. I and other teachers would come back if we were vaccinated. Bay Point has a low rate of vaccinations, while people in more affluent areas are getting vaccinated at a
Pardon
higher
my
rate.
interruption. You do have 15 seconds
15
remaining.
seconds. All right. I am noticing that all of you are not in person. Okay. So how can we be asked to be in the classroom with our students that in an area with a high rate of COVID, and you all are still not even together? So I just want to put that out there, but I want to thank you very much.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Cynthia McDowell to be followed by Rebecca Atkinson. First, Cynthia.
Hello, my name is Cynthia McDowell, and I'm a resource specialist at Riverview Middle School in Bay Point. As we speak about coming back to the classrooms, I have concerns about the community where I teach. Bay Point has one of the highest cases of COVID-19 in Contra Costa County. When compared to other cities in our school district, Bay Point is undoubtedly a high-risk place to reopen schools. I am concerned that the district will not take into consideration this community where the cases of COVID-19 are the highest in our district when making decisions about coming back to the classroom. I hope that I can be the mouthpiece for those who may share this same concern. A child, teacher, or staff member coming back to school where COVID-19 cases are so high is at high risk. Would you feel comfortable going back to your school site or sending your child to school where the cases are over 1,000 out of 100,000? This is a very real risk. I implore you, for the safety of students and staff at these schools, do not ignore the high cases in this community. Do not look the other way. Please watch out for Bay Point. Please remember we are part of the district. Please remember the equity pledges and promises that you have made. Just because the other cities' cases are lower and parents who don't live in Bay Point want their children to go back does not mean that all places in the district are safe for returning to in-person instruction. We need a plan of action. Please provide teachers, staff members, and students options for returning to Bay Point schools. All should have options to choose whether they go back in person or stay online. Before going back in person, we all need access to vaccinations, PPE, and training. People with high-risk family members should not have to be forced back in person when they can attend school online. Why should anyone be forced into an unsafe school setting where the cases of COVID are so very high? Do not lump us in with all the other communities where the cases are lower. We need to make this work for the safety and well-being of all in Bay Point. Please look out for us. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Your public comment has been heard. Next, we have Rebecca Atkinson to be followed by Eric Clifton. First, Rebecca.
Good evening. We need schools to open now. Orinda, San Ramon, and Walnut Creek school districts have children attending as early as this week. The children there will be attending 4 days a week. I'm confident that many people will continue to keep their children in distance learning and will allow smaller classroom sizes to better conduct in-person learning. At this point, it appears that only wealthy neighborhoods will be receiving a proper education, and this is against the Constitution. Our rights as citizens are to get quality education for our children, and as of right now, it is not happening. We have decided that it is not safe to open schools, but the Center for Disease Control is saying now that it is safe to open. Why are we not listening to science? We are still listening to fear. Our children in MDUSD deserve a proper education, just like our neighboring communities. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Your public comment has been heard. Next, we have Eric Clifton to be followed by Rochelle Johnson. First, Eric.
Hi, my name is Eric Clifton. I'm a third grade teacher in Mount Diablo Unified School District. It's my 19th year here. Okay, Blacks, Latinos, Native Americans, Pacific Islanders, and people of color are still 4 times more likely to be hospitalized due to severe symptoms from COVID-19. Death rates are much higher for people of color. Vaccine distribution is much lower for people of color. COVID cases are much higher where people of color live in our district. We need to protect our people of color, Black, Latino, Native American, Pacific Islander, all my peoples of color in all the cities and towns in our district. If we rush to open just because of a push from parents in well-off, affluent areas, you know, and they're putting pressure on you, if we rush to open for any reason, but because of that, Who's at more risk of getting sick? Who is safer? What about the teachers that work in Bay Point, in Down Monument, where I've worked for 19 years? What about their families? They will be more at risk. Someone's going to get sick. Someone's going to die. Someone's going to have long COVID symptoms. The chances are higher in these areas. We need to have safety metrics in place that are solidified in equity and equality for all the cities and towns and areas in our district. Distance learning is hard. It's going well. I'm working hard, but guess what? I'm safe.
Interruption. You do have 15
I
seconds
am
remaining.
alive. I get to wake up and feel great in the morning with all my students learning and protected and feeling great. And they're doing really well. And also no teacher layoffs. You guys are gonna have the same budget or more next year. Guess who's gonna get cut? The teachers at Title I schools. You're gonna talk about equity? Talk is cheap. We need to see action and policy. I respect you guys and thank you very much.
Thank you. Your public comment has been heard. Next, we have Rochelle Johnson to be followed by Marianne Johnson. First, Rochelle.
Stephanie, can you mute?
Ready? Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Rochelle Johnson and I have a high school student in the district. I have a couple concerns. One, I do not think that students should return to the classroom environment until it is safe to do so. If the state has given guidance for a return to classroom, but there is no direct plan or path for all of our students, I do have a concern for my child and other children picking up something and taking it home to more sensitive and vulnerable populations at home. Families are sometimes living with the very young or spending time with grandparents. And if they pick up the virus as it's traveling home, that could be dire results for them. And so I think that some very careful planning and a great amount of caution should be exercised. Further, I wanted to bring a matter to the board's attention regarding my own child's experience at school. I'm concerned about missed opportunities for diversifying reading material both nationally and internationally. I am concerned with my daughter's experience as she was a new student last year, and the first book of the school year was To Kill a Mockingbird. And the teacher on the first day of school made light of the use of the N-word and said that they would be using the word ninja to replace it, which missed a complete opportunity to talk to the students about the weight of language and the power that it holds. When I spoke to the teacher about it, she said, it's not a decision that I make. The reading material is left up to the board. And I think that there is an opportunity to expose all students to a plethora of reading materials so that they are better for the experience and better for the journey. And I don't think that anybody should be laid off. It would be catastrophic to lay teachers off now so that when students come back, they don't have support systems in place. It's incredibly critical.
Pardon my interruption. You do have 15 seconds remaining.
It's incredibly critical that those support systems are in place. Thank you very, very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Your public comment has been heard. Next, we have Marianne Johnson to be followed by Mark Kaiser. First, Marianne.
Hello, Superintendent Clark and members of the board. My name is Marianne Johnson, and I'm a credentialed school nurse for the district covering 4 schools: College Park High School, Olympic High School, Glenbrook Academy, and Crossroads High School. I want to urge the board to defer any layoffs this year. As we move more and more to face-to-face learning, we're going to need all hands on deck. With the state providing the district with the same funding next year as this year, this is not the time to make cuts to personnel who work directly with students. Students will need us now more than ever to keep them safe and healthy and ready to learn. Please keep current staffing levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Your public comment has been heard. Next, we have Mark Kaiser to be followed by Jenna Lopez. First, Mark.
Hello, Mark Kaiser from Mount Diablo High School. I've been there for about 8 years, and I was at YV High School, another Title I school before that. I really urge everyone in the district who has any power to do anything to avoid layoffs. They disproportionately affect the students who need the most help. I keep hearing over and over and over, we need to be more like San Ramon, Orinda, the schools that are getting back on their feet, getting back in the classroom. Something we don't share with those schools is those schools don't consistently lay off hardworking, qualified teachers every year and scramble to try to fill those positions in September, October, November. We still get new teachers at Mount Diablo High School into spring semester every year. Next year is going to be an absolute chaotic experience with COVID, trying to get more students into classrooms, trying to reopen, the logistical headache that COVID has caused everyone will just be exacerbated by the hiring catastrophe that will happen in this climate if we lay teachers off. So I really encourage y'all to think very long and hard about what it looks like at a school that has 14 teachers laid off, how they start a new year in a pandemic. Also, shout out to the nurses. I would imagine they're going to be pretty overworked in the new year as we try to return students to the classroom. So I would imagine any funding and support that they can get would be vital to getting our students back in the classroom. Thank you for all y'all do, and let's get the kids safe, healthy, and learning.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Jenna Lopez to be followed by Debbie Hickey. First, Jenna.
Hi, I'm coming to you guys as a parent and a staff member. I support all teachers and staff in their decisions and what they do. All the concerns that have been said, I have the same. There's a lot of questions and unknowns that, quite frankly, just too many of them have no answers. And where are we gonna, not every school has a nurse. Do we have that covered? Do we have places for the sick kids? Who necessarily is gonna be the volunteer to take care of sick kids? Are they real medical personnel, or is it, are we gonna have somebody stand by? If my teacher for my son doesn't return, I'm not sure that I want my son to return, because his focus has always been on familiarity with what he's doing and who he's with. And if he is put into a classroom with a sub or not his teacher, I feel like he wouldn't do any better within or out of school. And as a staff member, I don't know that I could return to school if children were there at that point, because my mother is compromised and she lives with us. So there's too many questions, and that's really all I have to say. Opening is something we all want. I just want it to be safe and secure, and make sure we know what we're doing.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Debbie Hickey to be followed by Linda Ortega. First, Debbie Hickey.
Good evening, board members. First, I would like to start with a disclaimer. I am sure if you know me that you are aware children mean the world to me. If I had the room and funding, I would take them all in. I've always tried to show every child they are important. I have made great relationships with both friends and family, with teachers and administrators. I know they will understand with what I'm about to say, and how by no means do I mean to be hurtful against anyone. What I have to say, I need you now to hear. You stand behind the Brown Act. You state that every meeting you cannot respond, yet you respond when it benefits you. Just this month, Medea and the district agreed upon an MOU that added more responsibility to CST school site employees. And I know you will not respond to me about this, nor will you question the superintendent. I know this because you have never once had a conversation with me or any other CST member who have brought you concerns. Here are the examples of the MOU. Small group support hubs dated 1/20/2021. Number 7, in the event that there is insufficient number of bargaining unit member volunteers to serve small group support hubs, substitutes, contractors, classified support staff, or other qualified staff may serve as a SGSH facilitator during the day or after school. Number 12.11.4, every small group support hub facilitator shall be provided a contactless thermometer. When small group support students arrive on campus, they must meet their small group hub facilitator in a designated meeting spot on the school site. Small group hubs facilitators will take their temperature and escort them to the small group hub space. If the SGF facilitator not
Pardon my
provided,
interruption. You do have 15 seconds remaining.
there are 4 of these bargaining units that once more communicated on bargaining for the CST. I hope you like history because I'm going to relate a time in history where Egyptians built pyramids on the back of Christian slaves as the kings and pharaohs would make a tomb that made a statement. The MOU in your statement to parents is that you will use CST slaves to do the unsafe work so their students can be brought back on campus regardless of CST. You will save Medea members with a sacrifice to CST. CST members required to show up to work every day. Letters to CST members from medical providers were denied by
Pardon my
HR.
interruption. Your time has expired.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Can I
Your
just send
public
a-
comment has been heard. Next, we have Linda Ortega to be followed by Kristen Burkhardt. First, Linda.
Thank you. Good evening, President Cowan, school board members, Dr. Clark, and members of the audience. My name is Linda Ortega, and I am the Vice President of the Mount Diablo Education Association. For those who are new in the audience, there are about 1,500 Medea members, or 28 job titles that Medea represents. Some of these titles include counselors, librarians, music teachers, nurses, resource specialists, SDC teachers, TOSAs, and TISP coaches who work with our newest teachers. I bring this up because each and every one of our members has been working very hard, putting in the extra hours to download and prepare lessons for their classes. I know that many of our members have spent countless hours after their Zoom sessions and during their weekends to record their students' progress, to grade papers, to connect with parents in regards to their child's progress, and to research curriculum that would transfer to a digital format. And yet our teachers, like everyone else, is trying to survive this pandemic. They have families and stresses just like everyone else. Just today, I was informed by a colleague, a friend, that her mother passed away. And yet she is still putting in the hours to make sure her students get what they need. So my ask is this: please consider not laying off our teachers. As the previous speakers have said, when we do open up, our students will need that consistency. Our students will need to know that their teachers are okay. Our students will need to know that they are loved and cared for and welcome back. So let's remember to show some kindness and grace to each other. We are all trying to do our best to get through this deadly pandemic together. And attacking and shaming each other just isn't the answer. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you. Your public comment has been heard. Next, we have Kristen Burkhardt to be followed by Ignacia Preciado. First, Kristen.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kristen Burkhardt. I'm a parent and a teacher in the district, currently on leave to help my children with distance learning. I am a Medea member, and I want to be in my classroom. I want to urge the board to approve the reopening plan. I know it's not an ideal schedule for anyone, but our students deserve the opportunity to be with their peers and teachers in person. By bringing our students back on campus, even for a few hours a week, we can take the first step to full in-person learning this fall. Please also direct your bargaining team to agree to an MOU based on county, not city metrics. As the district enrollment has sharply declined, many have withdrawn to seek a better education elsewhere. We will lose more if we fail to provide in-person options. Losing students hurts our district's funding, could close schools, and eliminate jobs. Please approve the reopening plan. Distance learning is failing our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Ignacia Preciado to be followed by Jillian Carey. First, Ignacia.
Good evening, School Board Trustees. My name is Ignacia Preciado. As a community member, I'd like to share my perspective on distance learning. I've observed that distance learning has worked for many students while allowing for all students and school staff to remain safe and healthy. Students are learning and growing this year. The goal of 21st century education is about giving students the skills they need to succeed in the future, and technology is part of that 21st century learning experience. Students have daily access to their teachers through Zoom to attend classroom lessons in small groups. Teachers continue to build community and find innovative ways to engage their learners. Students also have access to the majority of typical school resources and materials like intervention support, social emotional counseling support, meal services, school materials, PBIS interventions, and more. The administrators, office staff, and parent liaisons have worked to connect families to these school resources, and the majority of students and families have benefited from the continued access to these resources. Going back in person would disproportionately affect the students and families in Bay Point and the Monument Corridor, those communities that are hit hardest with the effects of this pandemic. Please take into account the voices of all community members that make up Mount Diablo Unified School District. Continue to keep the students present and future in mind as you, the board, make decisions about returning to in-person learning. Distance learning is working and is effective for most students, and most importantly, it allows all students to safely engage from home for the remainder of the school year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we'll have Jillian Carey to be followed by Christina Patricia. That's Jillian first.
Hello, my name is Jillian Carey, and I'm an elementary school teacher in the district. I know there's so much talk about reopening right now, but I don't think the community really understands the bigger picture and what layoffs will mean for their children in the fall. We are in a global pandemic, and students are learning at home right now to lessen the risk of transmitting a highly contagious virus. So knowing that, why are we proposing layoffs for the next school year? Layoffs that will impact every single classroom in the district. Classes will be filled to maximum numbers and combo classes will be excessive. This virus isn't going to go away during summer break. It will still be here in the fall. Will it still be here to the extent that it is now? Will we still need to socially distance students and plan for hybrid situations? So now it's proposed that we cut teachers and max out our class sizes to over 30 students. Isn't that the opposite of what we should be doing now? There is no way to follow safety protocols when there are that many kids in a classroom. Trust me, 28 kindergarteners in one room feels like 50, and the concept of personal space is out the door at that age. How can we follow guidelines and open campuses when you are proposing an increase in class sizes? Everyone agrees that we need to be back in the fall. However, if the board and the community want our schools open, we absolutely cannot lay off educators. This move will only make it more challenging to follow health and safety guidelines and may result in our district having to remain in distance learning. In closing, these layoffs will impact all students, all families, and all teachers at all schools. The proposed layoffs will eliminate new teachers and move seasoned teachers, some of whom have been teaching at their sites for 6 years. Schools will lose multiple teachers, which means larger class sizes across the board. We already have too many students in these classrooms. MDUSD will lose some incredible teachers if you decide to follow through with these layoffs. You'll be losing wonderful and eager new educators. In addition, passionate and beloved teachers who have been teaching for years at a single site will now be moved elsewhere to begin all over again. Teachers
Pardon my
are not.
interruption. You do have 15 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Teachers are not chess pieces in a board game. We are humans who have been doing an incredible job teaching virtually under very challenging conditions. Teachers, students, and families deserve to be respected. The district will have the same or more funding next year, and our needs next year will be greater. Layoffs are really unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Christina P. to be followed by Lindsay Leaf. First, Christina.
Thank you. My name is Christina Patrica, and I'm a parent of 2 students within the district. I also grew up in the Mount Diablo Unified School District, graduating from Northgate. I have a 6-year-old at Ayers who has been doing distance learning, It's become really difficult for her. So unfortunately, we've had to look at private schools potentially for the fall. My 4-year-old attends Shadelands. He has autism spectrum disorder and developmental delays. He was at Shadelands for about 5 months before the schools had to shut down in March of 2020. And during those 5 months, he learned a lot of skills that were really great. I mean, he learned where to put his backpack when he came into the playground. He learned to sit for circle time, and he was just making great progress. And then, of course, the schools had to shut down, and we went from 8 a.m. in the morning to 2 in the afternoon to a 30-minute to 45 Zoom session a day. And it just hasn't been the same. And our teacher, I should say, is absolutely amazing. I know she works so incredibly hard and we love her, but it's just, Zoom is very difficult for a 4-year-old, let alone a 4-year-old with, learning disabilities. So it's been a challenge. And, we have our pediatrician tell us, our neurologist, tell us how important early intervention is, especially in these early years. The skills he learns now will affect him for the rest of his life. And so not being able to be in that structured environment of a school is just, it's not helping. He needs to be in a school with his peers, with his teachers in the classroom. And so I urge you to consider reopening the school safely, as soon as we can, especially for, my son and other students who are very young and have special needs. I guess the biggest concern for me is that other students in other school districts that are literally a city or two away are back in school and we're not.
Pardon my
And so
interruption. You do have 15 seconds remaining.
Okay, thank you. And so that's just very difficult, as a parent within the district. So I thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Lindsay Leaf to be followed by Sarah Katsikas. First, Lindsay.
Thank you. As you mentioned, my name is Lindsay Leaf, and I'm the mother of a first grade student at Strandwood Elementary School, a student who 12 months ago, I would have described as a happy, social, and enthusiastic learner. And I can no longer describe her that way based on the social and emotional toll that 10 months of full-time distance learning has wrought on her mental health and mental well-being. She's only 7 years old. Like so many parents in our district, I am baffled at why our district continues to drag its feet in heeding the science that supports bringing children back to in-person learning. As you well know, according to the state of California guidelines and the CDC, it is now safe to open K-6 schools in Contra Costa County. Many of our neighboring districts, again, has been mentioned multiple times tonight, and Bay Area counties are reopening. And our children deserve the same in-person opportunities and opportunity for social and emotional recovery that they do. In fact, we see families in our district leaving in droves because of our lack of a clear plan to return to in-person learning. Simply put, they feel hopeless for their children and for themselves. We've seen example after example in our own county, let alone across the state and country, of private schools, daycares, and other public schools bringing their students back for in-person learning with very low transmission rates supported by CDC studies. It's time we restore hope for our own students and families in our district before we lose more families to more progressive and action-oriented school districts and private schools. So I plead with you, as many families have, many families will continue to, I believe, tonight and in the future, to restore in-person learning for our students as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Sarah Katsikas to be followed by Patricia Hamachi. First, Sarah. I believe you're still muted, Sarah.
Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Sarah Katsikas. I'm the mother of 2 children at Gregory Gardens Elementary School, a second grader and a kindergartner. And I just want to echo what some of the other parents that have come on to say, to just support returning to school in person for in-person learning as soon as possible, as much as possible. My son, who's in kindergarten, is obviously losing out on the magical first year of kindergarten that we all know is really the biggest things that they're learning that year, and throughout their whole childhood education is the social and emotional, development and skills that are paramount for, becoming a strong and confident child and learner, along with, their ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. So in addition to have the hybrid plan that was suggested for coming back a couple days a week for just a scarce couple hours, I would urge that we consider going back for potentially 2 full days. I think that would be more beneficial for the children. It seems like it would be a more logistical response and approach for parents, for working parents, and even parents like me that have a flexible schedule. It doesn't make much sense to only come back for just a few short hours in the day, while also having to, juggle working from home and all that good stuff. So, once again, echoing the fact that the science, the CDC, we've got doctors, pediatricians, a host of other public school districts in our very close neighboring towns within the county have all returned or are beginning to return. And
Pardon my interruption. You do have 15 seconds remaining.
I would just like to suggest that we're able to get back in as soon as possible, for as long a day as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Patricia Hamachi, to be followed by Katie Landini. First, Patricia.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking this time to hear us all. I appreciate that there are many hard decisions that everyone has to make at this time for their own families and also for the organizations that they work for and support. I would like to bring attention to that Mount Diablo is a very unique community. We're not just one city. We have many cities within our district, and every one of those communities is as important as any other one. And so when we're making decisions, we need to incorporate what would be best for all of our communities in our decisions. And I'm not saying that I'm against reopening. I'm saying that we need to also give the opportunity for our families to speak about what they need to feel safe in reopening. Give them opportunities, not just at school board meetings or through email, but having Zoom and community talks, especially in communities that are minoritized and in the past have had histories, for good reasons, history of distrusting the educational system. If we provide those opportunities for our communities to reach out, like in the Bay Point community, in the Monument Corridor, we could have information of what those families need to feel safe to return to school. And then we can make plans to support them. In the past, as we've seen, the data has shown this year that we have many students in red tier of programs that we use like iReady, but this is not the first year that's happened. We cannot go back, but moving forward, I really ask that we put funding and really invest in our schools so that we have systems in place for intervention, for support of social emotional learning, for support of making sure that all of those students know that they're worthy and that they should have an equal education. And that goes into cutting teacher positions right now. If we have a high turnover of teachers, we cannot build a school community that is supportive and
Pardon my interruption. You do have 15 seconds remaining.
Thank you. That we all can be included in and continue to maintain that system. If we have to start and restart every year, we cannot make progress. So I ask you to please consider all communities in our district and know that we are unique. And if we're comparing to other cities, we're not putting our energy towards something that would be efficient for us to go back to school safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Katie Landini, to be followed by Craig Yen. I'll note, Board President Cound, that there are 15 remaining names that had been submitted initially in the chat, calling for a 30-minute extension at your direction.
Fellow board members, are you all okay with a 30-minute extension at this point? Yes, thank you.
Okay, and continuing, then we do have Katie Landini. Katie, it appears as though maybe you have not joined the audio. That might need to be selected before you're able to join. Why don't we move next to Craig and come back to Katie. First, Craig Yen.
Hi, board members, Dr. Clark, President Cound. I feel like we're in the same type of position every single year. I have been in the district. This is my 17th year. I'm over at Valley Verde Elementary. There is turnover at our school. We have students who are no longer at our school through COVID. And yet the state is in the position where it's giving us a buy for next year for our budget. We looked at this budget every single year where it is that we have to make some decisions as to what programs to keep, what programs not to keep, and whether to issue layoff notices. If I went back these 18 years, the number of times that I've received layoff notices was none, somehow, some way, but it still affects me in the sense that people at our site are worried about it, receive layoff notices, and or are shuffled over to other schools. And it's just not fair to teachers where it is that we want to have that respect for them to be able to honor their what they have done for the district. And so it's not fair to put them in the position where it's saying, okay, well, we'll issue the layoff notice within March, and then maybe we'll work to try to rescind it. Let's look at the budget now. Let's see what sort of cuts that we can make now or adjustments that we can make. Let's see what federal dollars are coming in, what state dollars are coming in. We are expecting the same, if not greater funding at this point. And I know that these are important decisions to make, but it's even more important for our students that we keep these same staffing levels.
You do have 15 seconds remaining.
If not even more. What's the worst that could happen? That we have lower class sizes, that we're able to meet those social emotional needs of the students? I urge you, do keep the cuts away from the classrooms. No layoffs. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have April Saldivar, to be followed by Laura Steele. First, April.
Mr. Breidenthal, did you want to go back to Katie Landini, or is
It appears as though
She's
she's
not
still
connected.
unable to join audio, unfortunately.
okay? Thank you.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Clark. My name is April Saldivar. I'm a dual language kindergarten teacher at Shore Acres Elementary in Bay Point. Our amazing Bay Point school community is filled with staff and families that are committed to social justice and equity in education. And this is why I feel the need to speak out against the layoffs that are planned to occur in our district. Title I schools like ours need stability to thrive. Our students and their families depend on the district and the board to make choices that will close any inequity in the system that continually widens the achievement gap and puts their futures at risk again and again. They need a district that makes choices which will provide a strong teaching staff that does not have to recreate itself every year because of layoffs. These layoffs disproportionately affect Title I schools, schools that are majority Latinx students, Black students, English language learners, homeless youth, foster youth. These are the students who now, more than they ever have, need small class sizes, a teaching staff that is strong in their craft and practices, that have made connections to them and their families. They need all of us this fall. It is going to be a great work, and this work in equity includes the district and the choices that they make. This is the rainy day we use all our resources for. This is the time when we use all our resources for all our students. This is the moment when we must be willing to finally invest in our students' futures. They are worth it. They are worthy of this choice, and they always have been. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Let's have first Katie Landini, to be followed by Laura Steele. First, Katie.
Thank you. Sorry about my issues before with my audio. Hi, my name is Katie Landini. My two oldest children are in first and third grade at Mount Diablo Elementary School in Clayton. I'm here asking you to safely reopen our schools. I'm a mom of three, ages 3, 6, and 9. My first and third graders are very lucky that they have such wonderful teachers who go above and beyond to ensure that they are getting the most out of distance learning. Having said that, there is only so much these teachers can do with regards to socialization, our children's mental well-being, and the overall benefit to in-person education that they are receiving at this time. These children are hurting. Just the other day, my daughter in first grade said, "Mom, I don't even know anyone in my class except for one kid." My third grader has been in tears being at school and seeing his friends. He has always been a very motivated, happy child, and to see how sad and emotional he's been and the motivation and the lack of the motivation push he needs breaks my heart. Children generally learn well when actively engaged and in an environment where they feel safe and socially connected. While there's a lot that one can do online, remote learning requires a level of sustained attention and emotional regulation that is a very big demand developmentally for children in middle school and younger. Per the state of California's school reopening guidelines, it is considered safe to open K through 6th grade schools in Contra Costa County. Families are leaving our district in mass quantities for homeschool or private. If we don't have a solid plan in place for in-person instruction in the fall, how will decreased enrollment affect our district? Including Orinda, Lafayette, San Ramon, Danville, Walnut Creek, and Moraga. Our children deserve the same in-person opportunities. A return this spring would allow teachers to better assess the learning
Pardon
loss.
my interruption. You do have 15 seconds remaining.
Okay, that has occurred over the past year and better prepare for the fall. A return this spring would also mean that added benefit of in-person learning with their peers. We know many students are suffering, and returning in the spring would allow teachers and staff to figure out what additional emotional, social, and academic support will be needed going forward. As wonderful as our teachers are, and they are wonderful, the needs of our children cannot be met solely via Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Laura Steele to be followed by Denise Rodenso. First, Laura.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. I just wanted to say that a safe alternative to distance learning is, given that all that we know about COVID is possible, and I urge you to move towards a safe return to the classroom. Given the fact that 8 neighboring districts are opening this week, goes against the very value that we have so eagerly focused on in our own district, which is equity. How can Mount Diablo Unified School District suggest that an appropriate and equitable education is being offered with so many neighboring districts opening classes this week when we don't even have an approved plan or MOU? It's not a secret that many areas in our district are harder hit by the COVID pandemic. And I'm wondering why a year into this, we are still struggling to come up with a plan that serves our entire district. Please act on behalf of the students who are struggling with much more than just academics this year. The inability to provide a choice that has created a lack of faith in our public schools, and it has already had a significant impact on our enrollment. And fortunately, it will not impact funding for next year, which I'm hoping means that we can get our teachers back into the classroom safely and confidently with appropriate funding to make sure that all provisions are taken for safety. Beyond that, I am concerned about our longevity in this district, as I have a first grader, an incoming kindergartner, and still a 2-year-old at home. And our plan is to absolutely utilize the public school. We value the public school and our teachers so deeply, which is why this has become a really important issue for our family. Teachers and staff have voiced concerns about mistrust to the district because those provisions have not been clearly communicated so that they can confidently return. That needs to be communicated via the principals, whatever we need to do to let them know what has been done to make sure that their classrooms are safe.
Pardon my interruption. You do have 15 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I know that the hybrid plan is not perfect and it will not meet everyone's needs at this exact moment, but it is a step forward into us getting a good groundwork for what is going to be ahead of us in the fall. We don't know how effective distance learning has been in these younger grades or in the older grades. So I want to impress upon you that the sooner we get the students and teachers back into a classroom face to face, we can assess that, we can meet their needs and better prepare for a fall return. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Denise Rodenso, to be followed by Dana Pinala. First, Denise.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for taking the time to hear us all tonight. My name is Denise Rodesno. I'm a kindergarten teacher within the district, and I'm also a parent of 2 middle school kids at Sequoia Middle. And I've been a part of the district for over 20 years. I've seen a lot of things and people come and go, things change. I've come tonight to talk about 2 issues. The first is money. The governor has fully funded the Mount Diablo School District for next year. So I'm not really understanding why we're concerned about having to lay off teachers. And as a teacher who had been laid off 3 years ago, and then subsequently rehired 2 months later, it just doesn't really seem like the right time for the district to be doing this, especially when money doesn't really seem to be the issue here. And I think that the district, including parents and teachers, deserve a detailed reason why the board doesn't have the money or isn't going to use the money that the governor has given them to fully fund teacher salary for the next year. The next thing that I wanted to address, and thank you for your time, is that as a district teacher, I can say I have worked harder this year than any year. And it's been my pleasure to have learned so many new things, including how to deliver a curriculum via the internet or via virtually. But my biggest concern here about the topic of going back to school or back into in-person learning is that I'm really concerned. I don't think that parents of students really understand how many of our students and our families currently have COVID. And that if we were in class right now, or if we were starting in-person learning even next week, the truth of the matter is that you don't know that you have COVID until you have COVID.
Pardon my interruption, you do have 15 seconds remaining.
Thank you so much. And so why put everybody at risk? We've all been doing so well during this time as far as keeping people safe. And to me, that's the most important part, especially for me as a teacher and a parent. To me, the bottom line is keeping people safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Your public comment has been heard. Next, we have Dana Pinala, to be followed by Kelly Randall. First, Dana.
Yes, hello. Thank you, board and Dr. Clark, for hearing my statement tonight. As a parent of a 2nd grader at Mount Diablo Elementary School, I have lost any kind of hope that my daughter will return to the school that she loves anytime soon, and that is very sad and disappointing to us as a family. For almost a year, she has been forced to learn from behind a computer in her room in our house. And just like so many other students, she has lost that joy in learning that she's had for so long. She's a very good student and still excelling academically, but she longs for interaction with her peers and her teachers. She describes in great detail how much better an in-person learning environment is and why. She makes excellent points. She's pretty sharp for an 8-year-old. She also enters every day now with no enthusiasm when asked, how is school today? She replies, terrible. COVID is the worst. Previously, the same girl could not wait to run up the hill every day for school and share the details of her day with us with great enthusiasm. But this is not just about my daughter or my family. This is about our children in total and the future generations that are at risk. For me and my family, we feel as though we have no other choice than to move our daughter to private school for next fall, because having anything less than a full-time in-person learning experience is not good enough. We are fortunate because we have the luxury of doing that when so many others do not. These kids are suffering, becoming disengaged, depressed, suicidal, and just giving up altogether. Another year of this could have grave and permanent negative implications on the future of all of them and us. And so I ask and I urge you greatly to do everything in your power to have a plan in place for two things, and present that to the public as soon as possible. Number one, I would love for you guys to be able to create and be ready to deploy a hybrid model for a schedule this spring, just like so many of our neighboring districts have been able to do. And then number two, to be able to create and be ready to deploy a full in-person schedule with a distance option for those who choose to stay home in the fall.
Pardon my interruption. You do have 15 seconds remaining.
Great. Yeah, I think that with those two plans, I could be more confident that, you know, we might not have to make a change. And I think other families would feel the same, because I do worry about the future of the district. We have a 4-year-old that will be entering Mount Diablo Elementary as a kindergartner in 2 short years. And I just want a school system to be in place for him. Parents and children need this, and we need to be able to plan and make decisions. So many other schools and districts have been able to figure it out. So I just don't
Pardon my
understand.
interruption,
Yeah.
but your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we'll have Shira Steinbeck to be followed by Tal Yehud. First, Shira. Shira, it looks like you might be having trouble joining audio. Instead, let's have Tal Yehud, and we'll come back to Shira. Shira, it looks like
Hi
you
there.
might
You got me?
be having trouble joining audio.
Do you hear me now?
Let's have Tal Yehud, and we'll come back to Shira.
Shira, we can hear you. We were just hearing the replay in the background there.
Are you ready?
Shira, it looks like
Hi
you
there.
might
You got me?
be having trouble joining audio.
Do you hear me now?
Let's have Tal Yehud, and we'll come
She's
back.
listening to the Vimeo feed.
Can you mute your Vimeo feed, Shira? Because we're hearing it at the same time.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, much better.
Okay. I've written a poem. I'm Shira Steinbeck. I have an 11-year-old at Pleasant Hill Middle School. What have we asked our children to bear? All day staring at a computer, is that fair? Our children are pale, they don't see enough sun, yet the Google Docs keep rolling, there's more online work to be done. Your child's not engaged, parents, step in and assist. Make them work, look at the screen. And here's more assignments that he's missed. Stay up all night, son, your Aries grades stink. You're at risk of failing and your future's on the brink. But mom, I'm tired and I don't understand. I can't keep it all straight or handle the demand. Keep sitting there, son. They can't figure it out. Keep sitting there, son. Your education is in doubt. We follow the science in March, chirped the board, but you're making up your own rules now, and the science is being ignored. Look at this slide deck of planning we've done, says the board to the parents. Isn't this fun? Of course, it means nothing. No agreement is made. Have faith in the system while your child's hope fade. Keep sitting there, son, wasting the day while our district and unions bargain away. But our safety, our windows, our desks are not clean. We don't want to wipe your boogers. Keep staring at that screen. I'm immunocompromised, special. I'm at risk. It's not fair. But what have we asked our children to bear? As parents, we've been complacent, and for this we share the blame. We trusted our officials as our district went up in flames. Dr. Clark has said our school sites have safety measures in place. Well, show us where the money went so we complete our case. Our society decided in-person work is still essential. An exception for teachers is baffling, making children inconsequential. CDC, Biden, Dr. Fauci, they all agree. It's time to bring our kids back. Let's make it a reality. Yes, hybrid is
Pardon my
lacking.
interruption. You do have 15 seconds remaining.
Yes, hybrid is lacking, but it gives us a choice, and that is fair. Please act and act quickly. It's just too much to bear.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Delia Tully to be followed finally by Devin Jackson. First, Delia.
Hi, my name is Delia Tully, and I have a 7th grader at Sequoia Middle School.
I have an older daughter that have already moved out of the district and into private. According to the state of California guidelines, it's now safe to open K through 6 schools in Contra Costa County. We've been waiting for our numbers to drop and they've been steadily decreasing, and it's now safe to bring kids back to campus. Families are leaving our district in droves. How many more will leave if we don't have a solid plan to provide in-person school in the fall? I worry how decreased enrollment will affect our district. We need to reopen and make a commitment to our communities to provide in-person education and to make that education safe. Lots of neighboring districts are reopening and our kids deserve the same in-person opportunities as they do. Returning this spring will allow teachers to better assess the learning loss that has happened in the past year and better prepare for the fall, as well as do some mitigation now. We know so many students are suffering, and returning in spring will also allow teachers and staff to figure out what additional emotional and social supports will be needed in the fall. These needs simply cannot be met over Zoom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your comment has been heard. Next, we have Devin Jackson. Devin.
Hello, good evening, board and trustees and Superintendent Adam Clark. Just checking if everybody can hear me. Excellent. Hello, my name is Devin Jackson, and I am a teacher at Foothill Middle School in Walnut Creek. And you have important decisions to make about how to allocate resources to meet the needs of all students. The district will have the same or greater funding next year. Our students will have greater needs than ever before. Please keep our staffing levels and refrain from any layoffs this year. We all know the pandemic has hit hard our students and parents and guardians. We will have a lot of remediation to do in the fall. We will need to do a lot of social emotional work. We will need every single person on staff now to meet those needs. Please, I beg you, do not eliminate any positions this year. I have a solution to how not to remove any positions this year. Let's keep all wonderful teachers. And when we actually go into, like MDSD decides to phase in the hybrid model, please help me to recommend that we utilize outdoor classrooms at our school sites. Our outdoor education has been shown to improve academic and health outcomes, decrease stress, and deepen positive connections between children. MDUSD can provide in-person instruction and achieve social distancing by using outdoor spaces at school sites. I have a petition on change.org that I created. I have 143 people who have signed it. I'm hoping to get to 200. Now, I know you have a
Pardon my interruption. You do have 15 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I know that you have a big thing, a big task on your hands, and layoffs create chaos, disruption, stress, and anger. You can play a part in limiting stress and anxiety and helping our educators by helping students by avoiding layoffs. Please, please, please think about the students, think about the teachers, and think about everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Your public comment has been heard. Board President Cound, the initial registrants have been completed. And although there is an indication that there would be additional comments, noting that there's hands raised in the attendance, barring an extension, this would be the conclusion of the public comment period.
Thank you, Mr. Bridenthal. Fellow trustees, are you comfortable with us closing public comment at this time?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you everyone for participating and commenting in the various ways, whether it's email or verbally joining us here on Zoom. It's important that we hear from you, so thank you for that. So we'll move on to 9.0 communications, 9.1 district organizations. Do we have any district organizations speaking tonight?
Yes, so we did have 2 written statements submitted that will be attached. Also, we do have Dorothy Weisenberger of the CAC, also Carmen Terrones Torres from CST, and Anita Johnson of Medea. So I'll bring all of them in at once and we'll take them in that order. Just a moment.
Thank you.
Dorothy, if you're with us, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, good evening, Dr. Clark, President, Count, Board, and audience. My name is Dorothy Weisenberger, and I am the chair of the Community Advisory Committee. I'm going to be speaking about 11.1, information on significant disproportionality. We want our board to know our committee just learned of this disproportionality this week. We as CAC are fully committed to be a part of the solution to rectify the disproportionate identification as African Americans having intellectual disabilities. While we appreciate the fact that special education administrators at MUSD tried to resolve the issue with the state independent from us and agree with their argument that African American students identified with intellectually disabled have remained consistent for the past 2 years. The only variable that has changed is the enrollment, which then changed the ratio. As we understand the problem with our identification of African American students in our special education, we need to also make sure all our students who need special education are assessed and provided with the appropriate service. We would appreciate moving forward to be more involved in helping to be part of the solution and have a seat at the table, because 15% of the budget will now be taken out to special education budget will be taken out to address the disproportionality. We would also like to see anti-bias and anti-racist training to all staff, including teachers across the district over the next coming year. Our legislative committee is in the process of scheduling time with legislators to discuss the ongoing issue. And I also want to take a minute to say that our CSC executive committee met today, and they were all a part of what I just wrote, and we all are in this to help everybody and not to be and we don't want to be ignored, or we need to be able to address the board when they have questions. And at Friday, I was not able to do that. So moving forward, we need more transparency. And we thank you all for the time. And I also want to reserve that if I can, I put in public comment for after 11.1 if I wanted to address anything after the board members have asked their questions.
Thank you, Ms. Weisenberger. And assuming our technology can accommodate that, I think that would be just fine for you to speak at 11.1.
Okay, and next, Carmen Terones Torres.
Thank you, Austin. First of all, I would like to address the fact that I was concerned this afternoon when I found out that under organizational comments, there's only one person allowed to speak now. I had a couple of my unit executive board members that wanted to address the board, and then I think Debbie had addressed it under general comments. But regardless, I'm going to go ahead and start. I hope that this changes to the old ways. Good evening, board members, superintendent, and Mount Diablo Unified School District community. I'm Carmen Terones Torres, CST unit president, and I honestly really don't know where to start. It seems like my unit's concerns are going to deaf ears. Our MOU signed on August 19, 2020 is being completely ignored. My members are being denied a request to work from home. Some of them have been offered a staggered schedule by their administrators, but then when it comes to the district office, it's being denied. Some of these requests have taken over 6 months to finally schedule the interactive meetings. I think this I have addressed last month, that my members have not received responses after we met on January 5th. They finally got their responses almost a month later, and they were all denied. 2 of my members have been finally been moved to other departments where there's less people. I want to make the board aware that the fiscal department is a large department with over 20 employees on it. And the administrators refuse to allow their staff to have a staggered schedule. The fiscal department administration has forced one of my members who finally resigned to come to work while he was waiting for his COVID test results. This department did not even inform my member that he had been exposed to someone, knowing that he had been in that meeting for over an hour and a half with that sick person. This shows how much the administrators care for my members in fiscal. The fiscal department doesn't even have plexiglass between cubicles. They have been asking over and over. The CBO keeps on saying that it can't happen, that they can't screw them. Guess what? It can happen. It happened in my department. We called, they came, they did it. So I wonder who is really denying my members to be safe. The county recommends to avoid sharing equipment. In fiscal, they share the copier, they share the printer. Nobody's sanitizing that. I only have 2 members that occasionally they do that. But every staff member that goes over and collects papers from the copier or the printer, that equipment is not being sanitized. I am sure that you are aware of another Cal OSHA letter of complaint issued to the superintendent, which was, to my knowledge, it has been altered. The violation has been blocked. My understanding, it is against the law to alter any Cal OSHA document. I hope I'm wrong, but I doubt it. The communication between MDUSD and Local 1 CST continues to be poor. The CST position was reclassified to DMA confidential without any communications to CST. Retroactive payments to 3 members concern that was brought to HR since October is still pending without resolution from HR. CST contract continues to be ignored or misinterpreted by HR administrator to district's advantage, of course. At Loma Vista, the director wants to voluntarily transfer my members against their will. It's another violation of my contract. Job description updates started 4 years ago. We're still sitting there. Nothing has happened. My members continue to be working out of class. Madia and Mount Diablo signed an MOU on January 21st, 21, and includes classified staff to perform some duties if they're not provided with enough PPE and so on. Classified bargaining units were not aware of this. As of today, this unit has not been called back to the table to work on an MOU. MDUSD is working in getting the students back to the classroom, but there's no plan on who is doing the task required to keep everyone safe. Staff will classify staff be vaccinated prior to students returning to the classroom. Is the district willing to work with the county to work something out so classified staff could be vaccinated? Positions are not being posted because administrators are not getting the green light from the CBO's office. We're now down 2 IMA, instructional media assistants. My IMAs are working 3 sites, exposing them to more people, more contact about the equipment, without the proper equipment as well. No gloves, no mask. We all buying our own. The district hasn't provided us anything yet. Okay, we finally got one of the position posted, but my understanding is that apparently a CSEA staff at YV High School have been asked to assist with the IMA work at YV High School. That will not be allowed or tolerated by this unit. Yes, Dr. Clark, this unit constantly complains. And you know why? Because our contract continues to be violated and we feel that nobody cares about our safety. Your words of appreciation means nothing when your actions show something different. I have another letter from my member that was not allowed to make the comment. And it says, it's almost an entire year since the pandemic hit our contract hard, yet we're still fighting for equal treatment and for our basic health and safety within MDUSD. Working for Mount Diablo during truly difficult times has opened many of our eyes in Dent Center as to how the district has such a disregard for human life, mainly CST members working in the Dent Center. Everyone has known that this virus is airborne and we have to keep and maintain distance, yet the departments that are overcrowded and we have employees working in Dent Center who believe that COVID is, quote, being taken out of proportion. The restrooms at Dent are filthy and you can often find debris on the floors from days prior. There are absolutely no social distance stickers or placement on floors to tell people to social distance. While the country was in purple tier, our CST union had the meeting with the superintendent asking to please allow employees to work from home or at least to close down to the public. Dr. Clark's response was that he was not going to close down because he had a business to run. So now education has become a business. Dr. Clark has also sent emails stating that school sites need to stay closed in order to keep students and open in order to keep students and staff safe. How is the school staff needs to be safe, but Dent staff doesn't? Dent staff who has been essential throughout the entire pandemic. We are obviously important enough to have to continue to come into work, but we aren't important enough to keep us safe and allow us to work from home. On December 16, 2020, Herb Lester hosted a Zoom meeting in regards to COVID safety plan that MDUSD has put in place 9 months after COVID hit the country. Herb hosted this meeting to end up telling everyone on the Zoom meeting that MDUSD had no safety plan. How is that this school district has no safety plan, being one of the biggest districts in the state? This goes on, I can go on forever. My member also, Jane Kwiatkowski, has also sent an email. I don't know if you have received it, but here it is. I am Jane Kwiatkowski, and I am the first VP of the CST Local 1 Union, representing over 220 plus clerical, secretarial, and technical members. I am also the registrar at Concord High School and have been employed in Mount Diablo just short of 20 years. We, the CST unit, enter into our second MOU with MDUSD regarding COVID-19 guidelines and protocols on August 19, 2020. In that document on page 5, section 7, the district agreed to work with our members who asked to work from home, be it for their family safety, to protect a vulnerable family member, themselves, or for other valid reasons. It was stated on interactive process will ensue. However, our members were not supposed to have to go through a tedious, unnecessary process of providing extensive documentation, including personal doctor's note and having meetings with risk management that usually went nowhere to accomplish a simple ask. That, I remind you all, was totally what we did from March 16 through the end of May, quite successfully, and work from home. Instead, members who have parents that are vulnerable on their own or their own physical ailments have been denied over and over and over to work from home. Is the board aware of this? Is the board aware that it is against our MOU? Is the board aware that we, CST membership, are being treated like second-class citizens, and yet we are considered essential workers by the government? And by the way, where is the extra pay most essential workers have received over the last 11 months? We are one of the few school districts in the area whose clerical staff have been working on site for months, and yet we are being disrespected by being denied working from home. If you wonder why am I addressing this, it is because our request within the district has fallen on deaf ears, and because the Friday letter of 1/29/2021 contained a new Medea MOU that states our members will man classroom pods if the teachers cannot, which is illegal. That we will take temperatures, which is not our job. That we will man isolation rooms, which we will definitely not do. And more of these statements we put in a signed MOU without our knowledge or input at all. Enough is enough. Honor our MOU and stop trying to walk all over us. Thank you. Like I said, I can go on and over, and it will never end. My members are very unhappy. We feel unsafe, but this district are not protected at all. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for speaking, sharing the letters from your other members as well.
Next, we have Anita Johnson of Medea.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Anita Johnson. I am president of the Mount Diablo Education Association. I make a motion that this pandemic be over. All those in favor say aye. That was cathartic, but we all know that the virus can't be controlled that way. The reality is we must persevere with all of our mitigation strategies, regardless of how tired we are. It's like being caught in a flood. We have been swimming and swimming, and we are so tired, but the water is still rising. You're tired, but that doesn't mean you stop swimming. Just because we've been swimming and swimming and we are so tired, but we still can't touch the bottom, so we can't stop swimming. We can't give up now, no matter how tired we are or how sad our children are. I want you to try again to explain why we believe that the decision to reopen schools should be based on metrics by city, especially the metrics which quantifies the number of cases per 100,000 in the last 14 days. I have come to think of metrics by city as a preferential protection for the most vulnerable. Our concern for safety is about keeping everyone in the community safe. If schools reopen when transmission rates are high, the interactions at the schools can increase the spread of the disease. This can lead to more infections in the wider population, putting vulnerable people at risk. When transmission rates are low, the interactions at schools are not as problematic. The people in communities with continuing high transmission rates deserve protection. Very few people promoted a return to in-person instruction in January when the transmission rates were high everywhere. The reality is that transmission rates are still high in parts of our district. Most school districts are more homogeneous than ours, having either low transmission rates throughout the district or high transmission rates throughout the district. What we are seeing now is that communities with low transmission rates are feeling it is safe to open. In our county, the school districts that are planning reopening are for the most part in areas with low transmission rates. In districts with high transmission rates, there is no talk of reopening, including West Contra Costa, Antioch, and Pittsburgh. San Francisco Unified just announced that they will not reopen until the red tier, and only then if everyone has the opportunity to be vaccinated. Our district contains some communities with low transmission rates and some with high rates. This is causing a lot of conflict in our district. To protect vulnerable people, we must not reopen until we see low transmission rates in all 8 cities in our district. The state and county have issued guidelines about reopening, but have also allowed for local control so that the decision can be based on local factors. The local factors for our district are different than many other districts. The very first sentence of the state guideline reads, "The California Department of Public Health developed the following framework to support school communities as they decide when and how to implement in-person instruction for the 2020-2021 school year." The guidelines also state recommendations regarding in-person school reopening and closure should be based on the latest available as evidence, as well as state and local disease trends. The state recognizes that the best course of action will be different for different districts. The guidelines pertaining to reopening are minimums, not mandates. An example of this would be the minimum requirement for minutes of daily live interaction. In most grades, that's 120 minutes. Yet teachers are online with their students far more than this. It is a minimum, not a mandate. Similarly, when their dietitian recommends 5 servings of vegetables per day, some people eat 5 or 6. It is a minimum, not a mandate. Or perhaps the best analogy is a speed limit of 65 miles per hour. When it is foggy, we drive much slower because that is the safe thing to do in that instance. The state has decided that it's not safe to open with more than 25 cases per 100,000 in a county, but has not dictated that a district must open after that point or at any specific point. As of today, the number of cases in our county is 370 per 100,000 in the last 14 days. In our 8 cities, the rates are 954, 562, 434, 348, 354, 228, 210, and 202. You can see there is a wide variety, a wide disparity. The activities of our schools impact their surrounding communities. Medea's focus is on keeping everyone safe, especially the most vulnerable people in our most vulnerable communities. It isn't just about keeping students or teachers safe. We must act in a way that gives preferential protection to the most vulnerable people in our most vulnerable communities, even if it means sacrifices for everyone. The education of each child is tremendously important to Medea, but not at the expense of even a single human life. I realize that no plan will ever be completely safe, and this disease will be with us for a long time. There will always be some risk. This is not a question of if we value education or even equity. It is a question of safety. Of course, we value education and equity, but our highest priority is safety. Districts in affluent areas are starting to reopen due to pressure regarding parent donations. Donations from parents make up a large part of the budget in these districts, and by threatening to remove their donations, wealthy parents are dictating policy. Many parents and community members contribute to our district, but none so much so that they can dictate policy. Seeing low transmission rates in their own cities, these donors are forcing districts to reopen. Those districts are not better than our district or any other district. It is unlikely that students in those districts will see significantly different learning outcomes because they are going to start experimenting with hybrid learning. What they will get is the enjoyment of feeling that they are in control and the illusion, however temporary, that things are going to go back to normal once the kids go back to school. They will be disappointed. Hybrid is not normal. We too will start the hybrid phase. I hope it will be sooner rather than later, but I don't want anyone to have any illusions that hybrid will be fabulous and that everyone will be happy. It will be another very bumpy road. I assure you that everyone who has a role to play is working hard to prepare for that bumpy road. We need to be ready to open just as soon as it is safe. Ideally, that will be in a few weeks. I truly hope so. But then again, we cannot pass a motion to make it happen. The transmission rates will decline when our virus containment strategies bear fruit everywhere. Before that, we must respect the virus and prioritize health and safety. We must also be thoughtful about our preparations for next year. We call on the district to refrain from layoffs this year. Next year, the district will receive the same amount of funding or more than this year. There is no justification for layoffs. We will need every existing staff person to serve students next year. Any projection that anyone might make about next year's enrollment is a simple guess. What is fact, however, is that the students who enroll next year will need all of the help we can give them. Members have overwhelmingly told us in surveys, in meetings, and in emails that they support the executive board's, the Medea executive board's direction to base the reopening on metrics by city. We continuously engage with our members. We are a member-driven organization. The decisions of our organization come from our members. Most, but not all of our members are telling us that this is what we need to do to keep our community safe. This is a democratic organization made up of human beings. We are not all going to agree on everything. We are continuing to represent the will of the supermajority. A democratic organization isn't about everyone getting everything they want. The executive board's decision to base reopening on the metrics in the 8 cities was based on input from members and is overwhelmingly supported by our members. This crisis is shedding a brighter light on the problem of economic inequality worldwide and in our own district. This district has struggled for decades with the conflict between the affluent and the less fortunate. In some ways, decision-making would be easier if our district were comprised entirely of families who are less fortunate. Everything would be much easier if all of our families were affluent, but that is not our lot in life. We are a microcosm of the modern world. Last year, the Census Bureau found income inequality was at its highest level in 50 years. 2/3 the total wealth in this country is owned by the richest 5%. At the same time, more than 38 million Americans are living in poverty, and it is projected that up to 54 million people might not have enough to eat this year. I highly recommend the book Capital in the 21st Century by French economist Thomas Piketty. He has surveyed centuries of economic upheaval. When asked about the current crisis, Piketty said, "The pandemic illustrates the need to change the economic system and get in the direction of the more equal and more equitable and more sustainable model of economic development." More than 29 million people are now collecting unemployment benefits, while at the top end of the economic ladder during the first 3 months of the pandemic, the net worth of more than 600 billionaires in the United States grew by 20%. Bezos, the owner of Amazon, saw his net worth increase by $43.8 billion in the first months of the pandemic. Valerie Wilson, director of Liberal Economic Policy Institute, explained, "Those who have the least advantages, the least economic opportunities are going to bear the largest burden of any kind of downturn, whether it is economic or a public health crisis." The combination of COVID-19 and it being such a universal problem, not only in this country, but around the world, has really challenged us to question the idea of whether or not we are really all in this together. That is what we must ask ourselves. Are we all in this together? Do we care about those who are less fortunate? We are learning more about the problems caused by vast differences in wealth. We are learning about a system where those with wealth are amassing greater fortunes, while those with limited resources are suffering more and more negative impacts. Some of us are learning, and some of us have known for a long time that this system is very wrong and must be changed. There's a lot of work to do, but we must not let these conflicts or our despair or our fear lead us to hatred. We must avoid hatred. Our task is to find out how to get along in spite of our differences. Our task is to be an example to our children of how to treat people with respect. I motion that we all agree to treat people with respect. All those in favor, say aye. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, were there any more speakers under this category, Mr. Bardenthal?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. Next, we move to item 10.0, recognitions and resolutions. 10.1, review and adoption of resolution 2021-49 in recognition of National School Counseling Week. I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Clark.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, President Cound. And time for some good news here. And we are moving into National School Counseling Week. And so as we usually do with resolutions, I read the first paragraph and the ending of it, and then I see on the screen that we have one of our esteemed counselors here to accept the resolution on behalf of all the wonderful counselors that we have in the district who are doing amazing jobs now. And then the board will have the opportunity to take action on this resolution. So resolution 20/21-49 in recognition of National School Counseling Week. Whereas school counselors in their service to students and school communities bring a unique combination of skills, knowledge, and expertise in the interrelated areas of educational development, social emotional well-being, college and career readiness, aptitude analysis, relationship building, trauma response, community partnerships, and more. Being now with timely significance, attentive to the manifestations of such by way to express gratitude, noting particularly And let me go to the end here. Whereas in the faithful performance of this demanding, multi-tiered, multifaceted, personal work, school counselors contribute to a safer, more positive, more inclusive school climate, and therefore district culture. Now, therefore, with due appreciation, the governing board of the Mount Diablo Unified School District hereby proclaims and recognizes the first week of February as National School Counseling Week. So, so I would like to, before we open it up to trustee comments or taking vote action on this, I would just like to give our esteemed counselor a moment or two just to say a few words on behalf of all the wonderful counselors we have in the district. So, Ms. Pottsville.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. My name is Megan Pontmissell. I'm one of the lead counselors for our district. I just want to thank you to the board for taking the time to acknowledge all of the hard work that MDUSD counselors have done and we continue to do. Our school counselors have been essential in assuring students and families are supported socio-emotionally and academically. Our role has changed and morphed as all roles have during the pandemic, but we've seen firsthand how hardworking and dedicated our counselors have been every step of the way, advocating for and supporting our students, our families, and our communities. National School Counselor Week is certainly something that we love to celebrate every year, and we are honored to have it recognized by the district as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Potmissell, and to all counselors in our district. I'm really excited to celebrate with you today and recognize the new this year new website that MDUSD Counseling has created. It's been such an incredible resource, especially at this difficult time. With that, do I hear a motion? Trustee Mayo.
Madam President, I would move that the board adopt Resolution 20/21-49 in recognition of National School Counseling Week.
Thank you, Trustee Mayo. Do we have a second?
I would like to second that motion.
All right. Motion by Trustee Mayo, second by Trustee McFerrin. Any discussion or comments? All right, we're all very appreciative. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I have. Yeah, no, you know me now, by now, Trustee Khan. Thank you, Ms. Potmissell, so much. So school counselors are an integral to supporting the social, emotional, and academic goals of our students. And we have to make sure every student, especially during this pandemic and beyond, has access to a school counselor. The American School Counselor Association recommends that schools maintain a ratio of 250 students per school counselor, and that school counselors spend at least 80% of their time working directly with or indirectly for students. I don't know the exact ratio of our schools, but we know we don't meet those ratios, and in fact, most schools across the country don't. Across high schools in our country, only 1 in 5 high school students is enrolled in a school where there is sufficient amount of counselors. This means there's 11 million high school students who are enrolled in a school without enough school counselors. And too often, school counselors also are not available to students of color and students from low-income families. Students of color and students from low-income families have been overlooked and underserved for far too long. If anything, they deserve more access to school counselors than their peers, not necessarily the same, but certainly not less. And yet the schools serving the most students of color or the most students from low-income families are shortchanged when it comes to school counselors across our country. So I want to extend my deepest appreciation for the work that you all have done, but especially the work that you're doing through this pandemic as we're all struggling to remain upright. And I appreciate you all, especially with such stretched resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Nzewi. All right, shall we take it to a vote? Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
You're muted.
Did you not hear me? I said yes.
Oh, sorry. I thought I unmuted and then I didn't. Thank you. And student trustee, trustee Alas.
Yes.
All right. I think I got everyone there. I also vote yes. Motion passes unanimously with support from our student board. Thank you and congratulations. Thank you, thank you, thank you, counselors everywhere.
Thank you, all of you.
All right, moving on. Item 10.2, review and potential approval of resolution 2021-47, determination of seniority among certificated employees with the same seniority date, tiebreaker resolution. Dr. Clark.
Yes, and I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Rubio to take this item. Dr. Rubio.
Good evening, everyone. I appreciate being here. This is an item that comes just about yearly to the board. It's not technically required to come every year, but it does usually come. It is just so that we can be prepared, and we want to really recognize that some teachers have multiple credentials, supplementary credentials, that we have some way to, we're working very hard, and I'd like to say thank you to Ms. Johnson, Anita Johnson, for that professional tone and recognizing everybody's working hard. And Anita Johnson, I appreciate you saying that, because I know we all are. And doing that and working hard, we want to be prepared. And so this comes to you again this year, as it normally does, for your review and recommendation for approval.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rubio. Are there any, well, we can do a motion and then discussion. Do I hear a motion?
I would make a motion that we approve resolution 20/21-47, determination of seniority amongst certificated employees with the same seniority date, otherwise known as the tiebreaker resolution.
Second.
All right, motion by trustee Mason and second by trustee Mayo. Are there any discussion or questions on this item? Trustee Xavier.
I just have a comment. I know that traditionally throughout time, it seems like the best and easiest way when you have to reduce staffing is by seniority. And that's what this resolution deals with. But I think, as we've heard from teachers today and throughout the last week, that often really results in an inequitable reduction in staff, and it impacts our Title I schools the most by only going by seniority. And so they always have the least experienced teachers, and those teachers are always the first to be let go. And so that I do hope that in the future, we, as someone else mentioned during public comment, keep our eye on equity and do whatever's necessary to change our own policies. And I don't know what that's a policy or a union negotiation, but we really should correct that imbalance.
Yes, agreed. Thank you, Trustee Nzewi. Any other comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to the vote. Let's begin with Student Board Member Trustee Alas.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi.
Yes.
All right, I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from Student Board Member. Thank you very much. All right, next we have item 10.3, review and potential approval of Board Resolution 2021-44 to authorize local assignment options. Dr. Clark?
Yeah, and this is going to remain with Dr. Rubio as well. So Dr. Rubio, next item.
Sure, thank you. This resolution authorizes us to be able to allow some middle school teachers to be able to teach other subjects where they have enough units already accrued in their learning and their time and experience. And so we're bringing this forward to you this evening to allow 3 additional teachers who have met that criteria, where they hold enough units to authorize them for those local assignment options to help us in assigning them to their courses and classes.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion on this item?
Madam President, I move that the board approve the board authorization 20/21-44, local assignment option EC 44256B.
Thank you, Trustee Mayo. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, motion by Trustee Mayo, second by Trustee Nzewi. Any comments or questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on for the vote. We'll start with Trustee Alice.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo,
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi,
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin,
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. Thank you. All right, so now we move on to 11.0 reports and information, beginning with 11.1 information on significant disproportionality. Dr. Clark.
Great. Thank you so much, President Count. And technology, I believe we have a presentation for this item. So I'm gonna turn this over to Dr. Aguili to discuss our significant disproportionality state that we're in, and she will let the board know and the public know what this means and what our process and plan will be to address this going forward. So, Dr. Aguili.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to pay attention to our issue this evening with significant disproportionality. Just to let you know, this is more of an introduction to where we are in significant disproportionality. This is the start of a 27-month process. And this is just to sort of get us oriented to where we are, what we've done, and what our next steps will be going forward. So next slide, please. So for those of you who've been around for a while, back in 2011, 12, 13, 14, and 15, 16, the district was in disproportionality, significant disproportionality in a wide variety of areas, mostly placement of students with disabilities, identification of students with disabilities, and most significantly, disproportionate disciplinary actions for students with disabilities. And those are the three of the four areas in which a district can be found disproportionate. And again, to clarify, one of those areas is the overall identification of students into special education. For example, if we had all of our English language learners in special education, that would be disproportionate. More specifically, you can also be identified as disproportionate as over-identifying children into specific eligibility categories. There's 13 ways that students become eligible for special education. In prior years, our district was over-identifying students who are African American as emotionally disturbed. That is not the case at this time. But that is the category that we are having issues in now. Next slide, please. So when I say there's four different categories, there's actually many more. They actually measure 98 different cells, they call them. They do 98 different transactions in order to identify disproportionality. And disproportionality overall is a risk ratio. What is the risk of a certain student in a certain group being either identified in a specific area or placed in a specific program, or having disciplinary actions? And so what they do is they take the 7 different student groups, and those are usually based by race and ethnicity, and they go ahead and divide them by 6 of the eligibility categories, not all 13, only the 6 most common ones. They base it by special education in general across the 7 groups. They base it by educational settings. They actually base it by students out of special ed more than 40%, or students in separate schools or in residential settings. And disciplinary actions, they're looking at in and out of school suspensions for 10 days, less or more than, and they also base it on any disciplinary action. So there's many different ways, 98 different cells they calculate in order to become disproportionate. And once you're disproportionate for 1 year and 2 out of the prior 3 years, then you become what's known as significantly disproportionate. So we do have heads up that we do have problems, and it really is incumbent upon a district in the first year to say, oh, we have a problem in this area, and take steps to address it, which we did, and we're going to talk about that in a few moments. Next slide, please. So again, this is the risk ratio, and I've already sort of talked about that a little bit, but just this is to give you one example in order to make it more clear. So example, we take a student in a particular racial or ethnic group, and then we go ahead and say, if a person, let's say in this example, there's 40 African-American students identified with intellectual disability out of 200 students. So that is 0.2 or 20%. And so then we go ahead and compare that to the students who are not African-American, who are identified in that same category. And there's a risk ratio involved with that. And that risk ratio is 3. That risk ratio of 3 has been in place for a long time. And some would argue that it is an acceptable risk ratio because the numbers are so small and there's room for variance. And we'll talk about that in a second. However, some would argue that having somebody with a 3 times greater risk ratio of any category is completely inappropriate. If we were to say, yeah, it's fine, you can go ahead and discipline this person for 1 day, but if you're in this group, you can be disciplined 3 times more. None of us would argue that that is equitable. However, that is the risk ratio of the state, and that is the number that we are aiming for. Next slide, please. So in our particular case, we are not disproportionate for the overall disproportionality of people identified as special education students with a disability. That is completely fine. We are not disproportionate there. We do not have disproportionality in separate settings, meaning we're not just putting all of our particular students of a subgroup into non-public schools or separate settings. We are keeping all of our children equally distributed. And when we're looking at separate settings and overall disability, in fact, we're always trying to balance out getting them the services they need while also not over-serving them. That's part of IDEA, and we want to make sure that they're in the least restrictive environment while also being in a program that students can get their needs met. Our disproportionality is not disproportionate across racial and ethnic groups for students with disabilities at this time. However, out of those 98 categories, we do have disproportionality in 1. And it's a very specific category. This is African-American students with intellectual disability. And as I said, the maximum ratio is 3.0. And we have a ratio of 3.29. And that is based on, they take the number from our CalPADS Fall 1 data, which is usually taken that first week in October each year. So we just filed it for this current school year. We just certified it last week, actually. Gets certified later, much later than October. So this number is taken from the October 2019 data, where we had 15 African-American students being identified with intellectual disability at that time. Next slide, please. So I do want to point out that it, again, we mentioned it was it has to be for what's called this year. So this year we actually use last year's data and 2 of the prior years. What I will tell you is that in 2016, the state did change how they measure this metric. They used to make us head towards a specific target, and the risk ratio came in 2016. And as a result, more districts became disproportionate. That first year, we had 22 students who were African-American identified with intellectual disability. So in that year, we began our audits of our files. We also, the next year, that number was reduced to 15. It was reduced to 15 through the file reviews and making sure that students were eligible under the correct identification. And also we did have some students in one family that had multiple students move out of the district, which was a part of that calculation. The next year, the number remained the same, 15, but as you can see, the ratio went up. the ratio went up to 3.65. And if you recall how they calculate the number, it's a comparison of the number of students who are African American and intellectually disabled, that 15, compared with overall numbers of students in the district and also overall students in that particular racial or ethnic group. So that's the variance in those numbers. We could look at this as a numbers game. And we could say, okay, what is the number that we don't have, you know, if we have 10 kids, are we not disproportionate? If we have 8, you know, what is the number? Or we can approach this in a different way. And we can approach it and say, what are we doing wrong? Are these children actually intellectually disabled? And if we go on to the next slide, I'll continue that thought. So that is what we decided we would do, is we would look at it and say, you know, why are these students intellectually disabled? Of those 15, I will tell you one of them had already been, had an assessment report that had been changed because the student was not intellectually disabled. The student had actually undergone a full psychoeducational evaluation in high school and had been re-identified as a student with a specific learning disability. And another one had been similarly situated in high school, but were not able to be changed in time for the CalPADS data count. But nevertheless, I still think that we have to look at the big picture and look at this and say, what are our personal beliefs about students that are allowing us to identify students with African American as intellectually disabled? What are our policies? And I will tell you that Larry P. was a lawsuit that was filed in very, very early days of special education. It was a lawsuit filed out of San Francisco. So for intellectual disability, we do use different assessment tools and procedures for our African American students as a result of that. But then we have to really look at that and say, are we doing that equitably? Are we doing that correctly? Are we doing that thoroughly? Because we're not using raw IQ scores, 70 cut scores, we're actually using different tools. So that was one of the things we wanted to look at. And so we also, again, wanted to look at those disciplinary consequences and procedures in order to make sure that we're not simply referring kids for special education as ways of removing them to different settings. And again, creating those inequitable outcomes for special education altogether. Next section, please. All right, so what this means is that we do take 15% of our federal special education money. We are to use that to provide services for students who are identified not specifically as African American students, but significantly towards those students in order to provide services and to review policies and provide supports to address this specific issue. Next slide, please. And so again, as I'm looking at this, we can look at it as a numbers game, right? We can simply say, we're not going to identify those students, but then we run the risk of not getting students what they need. And we don't want to do that. That would be inappropriate. We have one job, and that's to make sure our kids learn. We have to make sure our kids have equitable access, and we have to make sure our kids have equitable outcomes. So what we'd like to do is we would like to align that work with the ongoing initiatives that are already in place to work with our students who are African American. And those students, obviously, we're working with California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, and that group is working on our performance as in status as intensive monitoring. And that's for our general education students who are African American, foster youth, and homeless. As you know, we're one of the 4 in the state that is working on that. We also want to align the work with the new newly formed, soon to be started, Anti-Bias, Anti-Racist Committee. And then this will be the third piece of that puzzle that ties in the special education. I do want to point out that there is a correction on this slide than the correction that was given to you last week. There's an extra C on the PowerPoint other than the one that was posted to the board agenda. And that is because the plan is now called the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Interventions and Services. They added comprehensive, and I think it's a good addition. And again, if we really want to make it comprehensive, we do want to align it to the rest of the work that we're doing. to make sure that we are addressing broadly the factors that lead to this. Next slide, please. So the things that we've done already to get us from that 22 to 15, we did audit those psychoeducational reports to analyze if the correct eligibility category was identified. And then we did work with individual psychologists to say, you know, what did you use? How did you use it? We will plan on continuing to do that as we go forward, analyzing those reports, refining our processes. We've also audited the IEP plans themselves to verify that the correct eligibility was identified. As I mentioned before, one of the 15, it was an error between the IEP psychoeducational report and the IEP document. We already did 2 years ago a year-long cultural competency training for our psychologists. That is similar to the process that our counselors went through the following year. That was completely invaluable for us and changed a lot of the ways in which we viewed not only our students, but also each other and our colleagues. And I thought that was very well received by our psychologists, but I don't think that can be a one and done training. I think that needs to continue, and that we'll need to continue that work. We also need to continue training our psychologists on procedures related to assessment, not only in intellectual disability, because if we don't, then we will be in this situation for other categories. We want to make sure that as the Title V regulations change, that all of our templates change, all of our tools change. You know, about 5 years ago, we did purchase all new assessment tools in order to, all of the tools were being updated by the publisher and part of the response to dyslexia, but we want to make sure that a lot of those things are continue to be updated, our main assessment tools, and the practices around assessment, particularly in the area of African American students being identified as intellectually disabled, but not exclusively in that area. And again, we are updating the report templates to align with that, to make sure that they're aligned to current ed code and district policies. And we're also, I don't want to use the term, let's just use the term monitoring to make sure that our staff is adhering to those policies and implementing them with fidelity. Next slide, please. All right, so our next step is that we're going to coordinate that comprehensive coordinated early intervening services plan. But to do that, we'll allocate our 15% of special education funds. We will continue with the existing steps in place. And as I mentioned, we want to go ahead and continue with that anti-bias, anti-racist training to our staff, not just our psychologists, but all of our special education, and broaden it out to our gen ed staff. We want to provide ongoing training in the proper identification techniques to address our African American students aligned to the LARAP regulations and our district policies. We'll continue to audit newly identified students for consistent identification. And then obviously we're going to form and continue to work with a CSIS committee to identify any other steps that we may have missed. That's why we need a committee. If we can get 10 brains together on this, it's going to be better than the 5 brains that have worked on it. And so we also want to get different perspectives so we can continue to refine that work. And then once that plan is due to the CDE in September, we will go ahead and implement that plan once it's removed, monitoring it, and then continue to adjust it for efficacy in order to eliminate our disproportionality. Next slide, please. I think we might be at the end of our slides, which is why they're not moving it. So I'm happy to take any questions that you may have at this point.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aguili. I did want to give an opportunity to Dorothy Weisenberger from CAC, as well as Willie Mims from the local NAACP to speak on this item.
Yeah.
Ms. Juranic, are you able to let them in to the meeting at this point? Thank you. Thank you
just
so much.
a moment. Mr. Mims or Ms. Weisenberg, if you would like to speak.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought she was waiting on Dorothy.
I believe both.
Okay. Oh,
are here.
yes. Anyway, to the board, Willie Mims, Education Chair of East County NAACP. And also I'm a member of the Mount Diablo Black Education Association. So I wanted to say this, first of all, in terms of the development of a committee to address this issue that you have on your table, I would encourage you to, I want to be a part of that committee. And I think that you also should invite the Black Educators Association to be a part of that committee, because as you know, the targeted group is the Black students. So I want to make sure that we don't lose that focus, because we have a tendency to start off with them and then you move away from them, and then we're back to the same old problem that we have here now. We had this problem some time ago when we formed a committee to address the over-identification of African-American students as being emotionally disturbed. And so now we're back again with identifying African-American students as being intellectually deficient or disabled. And so you do have a problem. And so I want to make sure that I'm part of this committee, and so that some of these issues will be brought to light. And also, you know, it should not be sugarcoated. If you have an issue, and this issue again is the issue of race that's been placed back on your table, you know. And I noticed that in your staff report, you had to provide resources to support families in talking about race. Well, what about staff? Your staff is deficient in that area too. I mean, more so, I believe, than the families are, because that's something, I mean, the issue of race, nobody wants to talk about. So I think that you should include staff as part of this. And if you do not do that, then you are in denial of a problem that is systemic across the district. The other things, let's see, I had a couple of things. You mentioned in the report some of the factors, and you cited students' behavior. Was that one of the factors that was cited in the report? I thought I heard that, student behavior, in which that was one of the criteria used. Mr. Gilly?
Yes, in this particular area, we are not significantly disproportionate for disproportionate disciplinary outcomes, but we are looking at all of the factors that are making students referred for special education assessment, not necessarily disciplinary behavior, but behaviors that are indicating, you know, what are students doing in order to become referred for special education. We are not disproportionate for discipline at this time, but to address your other comment, I'm a strong believer, as you are, that this starts with our staff, not with our families.
Thank you. The one more thing, you had something about Larry P. regulations.
Yes.
What is that?
So Larry P. regulations, Larry P. was, it was a case out of San Francisco where African-American students were overly represented in classes that were, the former names were TMR and EMR, which was special day classes for students who were, quote, trainably mentally retarded and educationally mentally retarded, horribly outdated terms, but those were the terms in the case. And as a result, it was prohibited for students in California to be tested with IQ tests per se.
Okay.
So that's why we use alternate means for our African-American students.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have at this time.
You're
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mims. Wonderful to have you here, as you know, this is very an important issue and an important issue to hear from the NAACP on. So appreciate you being here. Ms. Weisenberger, I wanted to give you a chance to speak as well from the CAC. Looks like she might not be there.
No, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
here you
here.
okay.
Sorry.
And Mr. Mims, if
Um,
you can go ahead and mute, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you. I concur with what Willie said. I was on the original committee that for when we were discussing kids with emotional disturbance. So I've been down this road before. And the one thing that I guess I had always understood was that the 15% was going to go towards general education training and things, not, and so I would like to know how we're going to spend, how the money is going to be spent or allotted, and to who it's going to be allotted to from the 15%. I guess that's one of my questions. And the other one is, you know, we will get, you know, we'll get our money back by having to take from the gen ed, and that's called encroachment. And we're just going to cause the hamster wheel to keep going round and round and round with, because you can't not serve the special education students. So my goal is that I would like to see this changed under IDEA to something else on how it's funded when we need to do these, when we are significantly disproportionate. But I also want to have a seat at the table, as Willie does. And also there's other people that I know that want a seat at the table. But we have to be cognizant of training all people that work with our students, not just a few. And we really do need to, when we are doing trainings, I would like to see it be something that they can't opt out of. So with that said, thank you, Wendy. And
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Weisenberger. All right, it was great to be able to have some input from both the CAC and the NAACP. And now I'd like to open it up to trustee comments, questions, discussion. Oh, Dr. Aguirre, did you have something to say there? Go ahead.
Might I address Dorothy's statement?
Yes, yes.
So the first thing she had mentioned is how we were going to spend the funds, and that will be determined as we develop the CSIS plan. And obviously our CAC, they're huge. They're great support to our department. They've never been anything but helpful. We have a great collaboration relationship, so I'm excited to work with them on it, very much so. I did want to address the comment that she had made about the funding issue, and she's correct about MOE and those things. But also to note that that is kind of a discussion through some special ed circles right now. There is a report out there floating around about special ed funding, and that was based on a report done by PPIC, and now they have a follow-up to reports that just came out. But on the gen ed side, you know, when we used to have sort of the hammer, you know, you're in trouble, you're, you know, not making your scores, and then they switched it to sort of an incentive, like if, you know, here we're going to come in with all this support, and yet on the special ed side, it's more punitive still, right? It's on that side. So there is discussion around that at the state level. So I'd be happy to work with our ledge committee for CAC on that, so that it would be supportive like the gen ed side rather than the hammer. That's sort of the phrases that they're using at the state. And now happy to answer any other questions.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. All right, trustees.
I have a couple of things to say and a couple of questions.
Go ahead, trustee.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aguirre, for that presentation. The issue of disproportionately identifying our students of color, and especially our Black students, as not meeting the intellectual standards set forth by the state is, you know, is continuing a cycle of oppression, and is something that needs to be actively mitigated in our school district. So thank you so much for giving the presentation as to how our district is going to address an incredibly detrimental issue. So my questions are related to that last, you know, our next steps, how we're going to move forward. When in that first bullet, enhancing equitable identification practices, and then it says here proper identification techniques allied to Larry P regulations and district policies. Does that mean like state tests, state exams? What do identification practices look like?
That's a great question. And so typically when students are assessed for special education, the psychologist does a complete psychological battery. For students who are not identifying as African American, we use IQ tests, cognition. They use also processing tests. So, sort of one test might lead to a high, like a strength, and other parts of that test might lead to an area of, we call it weaknesses, right? And so then that might lead to another test to learn more information, et cetera, et cetera. Some of those tests are administered in a sort of a clinical set, not a clinical setting, but yeah, almost like a prescriptive setting where, the setting has to be a certain way. You can say certain words, you can point to certain things. It's very standardized. Some of those tools are more parent surveys, and which are triangulated across parents, teachers, other staff, those types of things, community members. And then what they do is they take all of that information and they put it all together in order to create a complete profile of the student, both looking at strengths and weaknesses, and then they compare that with the achievement of the student in order to determine how that student is accessing their education and learning. And then along those 13 eligibility categories, there's specific criteria that the student has to meet in order to become eligible in that category. So it's all very prescriptive.
Got it. Thank you. And are only the educators and the faculty that are identifying these students the ones receiving anti-bias and anti-racist training? So does that mean that they have been receiving it or are going to start receiving this training, or would it be like all teachers and faculty?
So in this particular area, I think we could argue this in many different ways, but I would say in an area of emotional disturbance, I think that is, it's more subjective, the way that the regulations are written. But typically the person who is sort of making the recommendation to the team that we recommend the child is eligible for special education in this eligibility category, or we recommend that the child does not meet eligibility criteria, is typically the school psychologist kind of makes that decision. It's not a decision, but a recommendation to the team, and then the team discusses it, right? Because by law, all of these decisions are made by IEP teams. So the psychologists have received that training in the one school year. However, it's our belief that that needs to continue and also bleed over to our special education assessors, right? Usually it's our resource teachers who are taking in the initial eligibility for our students, right? They're the ones who are the first line of assessment for initial assessments. And then obviously as the student has greater needs, they move over to more of our special day classes and more intensive placements down the continuum. But also, in our ideal world, that would roll over to our general ed side too, right? Because that is where all of these kids start. And the truth of the matter is that all of our special education students spend time in general education, and I do mean all. Even our students with the most significant disabilities access our PE classes, they access our lunchrooms, they walk on our campus, they do all of those things. They're part of our campus. Some might argue a greater part of our campus than some of our other kids. So yes, so that's the goal, is to continue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Nzewi, did I see your hand up? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I have to figure out if there's a question in here or just a really long comment. Thank you so much.
It can be either or both.
I
That's
know.
totally fine.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gili, for your presentation, for being committed to not playing the numbers, because I was well educated yesterday by Dorothy and other CAC members about the danger of going into disproportionality, and you could just what's the word? Oh my gosh, identify students just to stay out of disproportionality and not give students who need the services what they need. But at the same time, here we are with continued. And as I understood, also thank you, Mr. Mims. I don't want to forget that because you always bring wisdom to these conversations. You started at the beginning of your conversation, at the beginning of your presentation, you started back at 2011. And if I'm recalling correctly, the conversation at our last meeting with the CCEE, the process that we're going through with CCEE, that dates back pretty far as well. And so it's clear that this is a systemic issue in our district, whether it's, so for the CCEE process, the process that we're going through with CCEE is, again, because the district is failing Black students, students who are homeless, students who are in the foster care system, and now we add this on top. And to be honest, I'm sick to my stomach at the moment. This is clearly a very racist, historically, and many would argue today, school district. And we aren't addressing it adequately. Like, it's not. There's probably a question. One of your, and I think Trustee Ellis sort of addressed it, but one of the solutions is, or things we've done in the past, is the year-long cultural competency training for psychologists. And then you or Dorothy alluded to, everyone needs this training. I'm just curious, how has that been incorporated into our district's culture? It isn't one and done. You said that. It isn't a one and done thing, but has it worked when this isn't the only area that we're failing Black students in?
So I want to go back and address some of the things, and I appreciate it. I'll give you a break to take your water. So I want to, the comment about the numbers, and I think that there's two sides of that. Nobody wants to play the numbers in order to say, and that came up yesterday. I attended a webinar with the CDE about this, where one district said, okay, how many kids do I need to be down, you know?
Yeah.
And, but I also have an obligation to make sure the numbers are accurate. Like, I want to make sure we're reporting on accurate numbers, right? So, and I have looked at that, and that was a part of my initial analysis, and I want to be transparent about that, was looking at this. Is this number correct? Are these students being reported correctly? Because I think that's the first thing I need to do, right? A lot of times we take a lot of work and then we don't get credit for that work. When we did, and then now to go back on, I don't think we want to play the numbers game in terms of, we're not going to identify kids in this category and deny them services. I think that would be a far greater disservice to kids. I think, you know, one is, I just think, well, right? Like, we don't want to deny service to kids. Typically, kids could be identified in a multitude of different areas, and we want to make sure that our assessments are addressing all of those areas. And when we did those audits, I did them myself, of those 15 kids. Okay, well, what about these areas? What about those areas? Why are we stopping here? Why is this sort of a, in my opinion, a very short assessment? Why didn't we probe here, et cetera, et cetera? So it is important that we look at our assessment techniques and how we are identifying our students. Keeping in mind, this is a total of 15 students, 15 across a district of almost 30,000. So I think we're talking about a very small microcosm, which is reflective of a much larger issue. So I will say, when we did do the cultural competency, we did reduce that number from 22 to 15. And I do know that Jorge and his equity team have been working with different site teams. I just think that this will give us a greater opportunity to sort of scale up and scale out what that looks like. In addition to sort of the systemic, I don't want to call it training, because it's not really training. It's a whole system, right? It's a whole way of thinking. It's not like a training you come in for 2 hours on an afternoon and that's it, we're done, we got it. It really does require a process of introspection and really looking at where we're coming from with our kids. That being said and done, this could provide that opportunity for us to do that, while at the same time working on our microcosm of how are we identifying these kids? What tools are we using? What process? How thorough is thorough? What is it we're looking at? So I think it's going to take a dual approach. And that's if we're lucky. I think there'll probably be 10 things we need to look at by the time we're done.
Thank you for that. And I hope you didn't understand me to think that we were playing numbers. I totally appreciate, yeah, your commitment to being accurate and being helpful. I also wonder, no, I don't wonder. We don't have enough Black staff in this district. And that's another way that this could be help alleviated. I don't know if we have if any of those psychologists are Black. I know that we don't have, Dorothy gave, or someone from CAC gave a great suggestion yesterday, it might've been Dorothy, around we have no Black parent liaisons. And while this is one specific issue, there are so many things, even what we heard in public comments about the To Kill a Mockingbird, there's so many things that happen to Black students and Black parents in this district, and we feel isolated, and there's no one to turn to, and there's very few people on campus that we can turn to. There's no trust. And I hope that we take this, as awful as this is, this opportunity and the opportunities in other ways that we are under monitoring or whatever, because of the way that Black students are being treated, or we're not serving them well. I hope we take that opportunity to, one, look at our district hiring practices and diversity, and how we can recruit more Black staff, and how we treat Black parents, and make our campuses welcoming to them, and make staff approachable for Black parents. For the story that we heard in public comment, that's just one. And I know my own story where I got like nothing. Whatever happened for us and for my daughter a couple years ago, nothing happened. And that's so true. And not even actually for many non-white families in this district, at least. That is so true. Nothing happens. And we can't continue that way at all. And so again, I appreciate your commitment to doing the best to get out of this, whether it's a 2-pronged or 10-pronged approach, as you just said. Thank you.
And I can answer the other question. We do have a group of Black psychologists. However, I also, an amazing, very good long-term staff on our team, well-respected, well-regarded. That being said, I believe that all of our psychologists need to assess all of our students fairly. And while we can certainly, I think we all agree that we could definitely see an increase in our number of staff, people of color. I also want to be clear that we expect all of our staff to assess our students fairly and accurately. But shout out to those ladies, they're great.
Yes, they are. Thank you, Trustee Nzewi. Thank you, Dr. Aguili. Are there any other comments or questions from other trustees? Trustee Mayo.
I think it's, we all regret that we are in this situation, and we wish that we could serve students much, much better. And everyone will have to be reflective in their practices as they're moving forward, and embrace the training, even though you didn't want to call it a training. It is a holistic practice that we have to undertake so that we can improve the opportunities for our students. I also want to have said before, the district has been challenged because we have a high number of special education students that we over-identify. So I appreciate the fact that we are a district that doesn't play the numbers game. That is true in particular with our autistic children, because we have a higher number. If I'm still remembering the numbers correctly, we have a higher number identified for autism, as well as some other disorders. And what this points out to me, or makes me ask, is should the numbers be changed? Is the game of ratios and over-identification even fair? Should we be identifying students for their needs? And then we go back to the very real challenge in that IDEA was never fully funded in the first place. And what could we do with those resources if we received all of the funding from the state that was promised? Perhaps there's a little hope and the door is opened slightly at the federal level. And hopefully if there's an increase at the federal level, those funds will be available to districts in California. So I do have hope, and I do want us to make sure, and I know Dorothy's already on it with the LEDGE team, that we continue that advocacy. Our own congressman has introduced the bill in Washington, D.C. annually to increase the IDEA funding. So we just need to keep on that message. And no, money isn't the solution, simply money. It takes the work of individual people. It will be hard work, but I do believe that we can do it collectively. And I'm sure, I know for a fact that this board will support whatever it takes to make the change happen in Mount Diablo.
Thank you, Trustee Mayo. Yeah, I think the category of intellectual disability, it's interesting that I don't really understand what that category is, because it seems like in many cases, a student could be identified for a particular learning disability that then they would get the particular services they need. Whereas the intellectual disability feels more like a general category, like we couldn't figure it out. You did mention that one or more of the reclassifications was, discovering that they really did have a specific learning disability. So yeah, I think it is important to make sure that we are getting our students what they specifically need and working through that for all of our students. Yeah.
To be transparent, intellectual disability was formerly known as mental retardation. And so typically it's sort of a cutoff score of IQ of 70 or below. But we don't use that number with our African-American students because of the Larry P. So it's a different process for those students. So specific learning disability is another category where sort of cognition is average and then achievement is below that. Or there's three ways of measuring that, but it's very technical, but we can talk about that all day long. I can talk about it all day long, but this is a whole different eligibility category, pretty narrow category in which we identify students. And I will say that there is talk about changing special ed funding. I already mentioned that at the state level and what that looks like. I will say that we are truly a destination district for kids with autism. People call us and say, we're here, we're moving in because of your autism programs. And we say, oh, great, come on down. I just got a phone call, an email actually today from a district out in Alameda, asking us to place a student. We do serve as a almost like a regional program where we do take in other students from other districts, almost like in lieu of a non-public school placement for those districts where they do place students here in our autism programs, our mental health programs, and our programs for students who are deaf.
Thank you. Trustee Mason?
I was just going to say it's more than a training, it's a changing the whole culture. But I will say, I feel like in the years that I've been on the board, we're getting better. But having said that, we could always do better yet. So I think we'll continue to move hopefully in the right direction to change the culture. And thank you for your work, Dr. Aguilar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Was there an action that we needed on this item?
This is for information, and as we develop our CSIS plan, we will bring it forward for that will require approval.
Okay. Okay. So information only. Okay. All right. And were there any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Aguilar. Okay. Next, we have 11.2, review the increase and decrease of certificated personnel full-time equivalent for the 2020-2021 school year.
Yep, so this item is going to go to Dr. Rubio again.
Yes, thank you. 11.2 is and just informational. It just shows our normal transactions every 2 weeks regarding increases and decreases and movements between positions. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Certificated positions for this one.
Were there any questions on here? Okay, thank you very much. And then 11.3, likewise,
Similar to-
increase and decrease of classified personnel.
Sorry, similar to 11.2, this is for classified personnel, showing the transactions right now for any, I think they're mostly or 1 or 2 vacant positions.
Okay, any questions, comments? Thank you, Dr. Rubio.
Sure.
All right, moving on to 11.4, informational review of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Mount Diablo Education Association.
Again, either Dr. Rubio or Dr. Scudero is going to talk about this.
Yes, Dr. Scudero, please feel free to chime in if you like. Board members, we are pleased to have some agreements regarding a step in the right direction. It still does have many parameters and some restrictions on numbers, but this agreement with Medea does allow us to have, when things get to a certain point in the pandemic, to have some small groups of students. And so it's here again presented as an informational item. I will add, just for everybody's information, this agreement does not dictate what other bargaining units have to do or members have to do. That is a misread of this agreement. There is some language simply to make it clear to Medea that there may be other individuals, and we just listed different groups who could possibly meet with a group of students, and we run into employees who want to do that. So it was really just conveyed in there to show flexibility. It does not in any way dictate what any other bargaining unit members have to do. So it's there for your information tonight.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from trustees? Okay, well, I have a question.
Sure.
So number 11, it says small group support hubs may occur when Contra Costa County meets the red tier criteria for 20 consecutive days, or is formally in the red tier to substantial or better for 14 consecutive days. How does that compare with the California Department of Public Health recommendation for small groups?
Well, first, let me just make a slight distinction because it is a little confusing, I think. At some point in the fall, I believe the county was waiting until we were in a particular color or areas were in certain colors until they then declared you to be in a color. So that's why we had that language, whether it's 20 consecutive days or we are formally declared to be in a certain color, because we weren't sure how the county was going to shift their position or how they were going to be doing this in the spring when we were working on this agreement in December. Comparatively, I believe the guidance is 5 or more days in red, I believe. So this is slightly longer than that if it ends up being 14 days or 20 consecutive days.
The guidance for 5 or more days in red, I thought was for opening, like reopening, like in a hybrid situation. The guidance I'm reading from the California Department of Public Health dated September 4th did not have a tier to it. I thought that it was guidance that we were supposed to be using, even, like we have been for our sports, for example. We've used it for sports. Childcare has used it throughout the pandemic, regardless of tier.
Yeah, and I apologize. This is unique in terms of our approach to try to get small groups of students there. So I don't know how well it compares to the other guidance that is out there, and so okay. I may not have that correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Similarly, I'm just trying to get a sense of where some of the requirements came from in this. So there's also a requirement that the groups be no longer than 180 minutes. And I know that in some districts, small group support hubs are full day. So they're serving students who need a safe place to be while their parents are at work, for example. But it seems that we would be unable to provide that under this agreement currently.
That's correct. Again, going to my brief notes in opening, that there are restrictions here. Those are an outcome of being in very different places on our view as the district versus or in contrast to Medea, in terms of what we consider as safe, what we consider as workable and doable. So I think the parameters and restrictions here are just an outcome of those vast differences. Which is why you see those, that they may not be based on, other things that are out there currently.
And at the time, we were trying to keep the small group support hubs from interfering with daily live interaction time with the teachers. So we wanted to do both. We're trying to increase the amount of assistance time that students got.
So that's assuming a teacher would run the support hub. But in my experience looking at these, that when they are running in other districts, they seem to be actually very useful during that exact live instruction time, because it provides a safe, quiet study space for students to be able to zoom in, to their class from a safe, supervised location on campus that is supervised by, in some cases, I've seen it as classified staff, in other cases, after school program staff.
And we had a number of administrators who wanted to do exactly what you're talking about also.
Thank you. Okay. Those were my questions. Did anyone else have any more questions, thoughts, comments? All right. Well, I'm glad that we were able to come to an agreement on the small group support hubs. I hope that as we discover needs that our students have, such as if we were to discover that they do need a full day, that we would be able to come to an agreement between the district and the union on meeting students' needs. Just say that. All right. Thank you. Thank you for providing the information, because I think the public was trying to figure out how these work. How do small groups work? What are we allowed to do on our campuses? What should we be? I think parents are wondering, what should we be expecting to see on our campuses? So thank you for providing that information.
Sure.
Okay. All right, that takes us to 12.0 board member reports. So 12.1, let's start with Trustee McFerrin. Would you like to go first this time?
Sure. Yes, I'm happy to. Okay. Sorry. Hang on just a quick moment. Just have to do something. All right. Hello, everyone. Good evening. I would like to begin by congratulating Trustee Nzewi on her election to the California Democratic Party in Assembly District 14. And Trustee Nzewi, I'm so impressed by your sincerity, your dedication, and I imagine that you're going to be very busy, but I know that you're going to be great in this new endeavor. And so I'm very excited for you. On January 28th, I attended Representative DeSagnier's town hall meeting on COVID relief and the vaccine. Dr. Chris Farnatano of the Contra Costa Health Services was there to answer questions. I paid very close attention in response to the question when he was responding to the question that was asked about vaccinations for teachers and school staff, which is of course of incredible importance to me. So Dr. Farnatano commented that in Contra Costa, the current focus is on vaccinating our seniors and stopping the dying, and that teachers and school staff are in the 1B tier. I reached out to the county health department about this. They responded to me this afternoon saying in part that we have the capacity to dispense the vaccine, but not the vaccine supply. At this point, there's no information available on exactly when teachers and school staff will have access to the vaccine. I personally don't think this is good enough. I'm advocating for these workers to be prioritized for vaccination. I'm included in this group because my other role is that I'm a working classroom teacher in a neighboring district. I am very anxious for my own vaccine appointment, and I will be getting that needle in my arm as soon as I am welcome to do so. And I'll continue to advocate for teachers and school staff to get the vaccine. I joined the Mount Diablo Business Education Alliance meeting last Monday. There were some presentations that were related to our career pathways programs. It was a lovely meeting, really. I participated in a breakout room with the education pathway educators, some of whom work at Ignacio Valley High School, others work at Concord High. And we looked at some of the informational materials that are presented to middle school students who might be interested in joining the pathway once they get to high school. I want to share that the first MDUSD campus that I set foot on as a new educator was at Ignacio Valley High School 10 years ago. And I was able to visit the education pathway classes. And so it was really wonderful to get to hear from and work with this group kind of once again in a new capacity. And they run a program that I think we should really be proud of. I also attended the Community Advisory Committee, which was last week. Highlights included a presentation by NAMI Contra Costa, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which I think was a really timely presentation to see, given just how much stress people are under and how much mental health is a concern during the pandemic, particularly in schools. I was also really pleased to learn that the group has a book club, and they are currently reading Robin DiAngelo's White Fragility. And that is all I have for this evening.
All right, thank you so much, Trustee McFerrin. Trustee Nzewi, would you like to go next?
Thank you. So a few weeks ago, Dr. Clark tweeted about the book Culturally Responsive Teaching and the Brain by Zaretta Hammond, saying it's a great book and it would be wonderful if our teachers implemented the strategies. So, and then a teacher tweeted, wouldn't it be great if we had a district-wide reading of it? And then I said yes. So I brought together a small group of people, including trustees Alast and Khan, and a few teachers and parents to brainstorm the idea. So we are just at the beginning stages, but I'm just very thankful for big ideas and people willing to make it happen. Tomorrow, the CCEE, which we learned about at the last meeting, will be getting feedback from Black parents recruited in just a few days with the valuable help of Black Educators Association, as well as some teachers and principals. And the reason is at the last meeting, I asked, when they presented, I asked how much they heard from Black parents, because especially given since we are in this whole situation based on how the district is performing with Black students, and they hadn't, and said they would love the help. So my appreciation to all who've helped to pull together this group to ensure that voices aren't left out of the feedback. Last week, I was also warmly welcomed at the Meadow Homes Elementary parent meeting. I was very thankful to hear from those parents about their concerns around reopening, and I shared them with Dr. Clark. And yeah, it was really good to hear from parents in the community. I attended a webinar on anti-racist grading in the pandemic, and the panel featured Bay Area principals, and it was based on the idea that grading in a pandemic is just the measure of resources students have at home. And one of my favorite lessons from the webinar is that we should honor and cultivate the brilliance of young people. And so some of the concrete suggestions that they offered was that we should stop grading homework. Homework should be framed as low stakes practice on new skills, not a hammer to promote compliance or punish children struggling to get it done. We should stop measuring participation, because participation grades are rife with bias, inviting unconscious discrimination against students with attention challenges or cultural and communication styles that don't mirror the teachers. We should welcome late work or establish a grace period for every assignment. As one principal said, the penalty for not doing the assignment is doing the assignment. We should invite redos and retakes. Students should be allowed to redo or retake an assessment numerous times until they show mastery before the end of the grading period. Any student should be able to retake a major assessment for a higher grade as long as they're coming to school or coming to Zoom and putting in the basic effort. Often only students who performed poorly are allowed to retake it, but any student should have that option. And then we should eliminate the zero. It severely disadvantages learners who are struggling for a variety of reasons, and it breeds hopelessness. So all of those are from tips that the hosts of that webinar have a book coming out, which is called Street Data, a Next Generation Model for Equity, Pedagogy, and School Transformation. And it's coming out next week, I think. So I've spoken before about my stalking every webinar around anti-racist grading. So clearly I think this could and should be a priority. And I really appreciate learning about how folks are using it during the pandemic. And lastly, I'd like to offer my deepest gratitude and appreciation to teachers for nearly a year through only a computer screen. You've continued to safely teach our students, from our youngest to our adult students, while caring for your own children and families with limited resources while surviving a pandemic. Last spring, most parents were lauding how underpaid and under-resourced you were, and I'm sorry that the tides have changed so dramatically. Thank you so much. To librarians and counselors, you've done the same. You've kept our students reading, imagining, exploring, and dreaming, and I appreciate you. The school site staff who've been holding it down on site from day one. You became IT experts, logistic experts, hand out materials, keep the workspaces clean and safe, provide security to empty schoolyards, and are preparing us for a safe return. You rock. Food and nutrition staff, you've made sure our students don't go hungry. You've provided relief to so many families and children, and transportation staff have gotten meals out into the neighborhoods. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Everyone in every other part of our district who has kept us going without a playbook, my goodness, thank you. District bargaining teams and Medea bargaining teams, two things I know to be true. First, everyone around that bargaining table is there to do what is best for students. And second, I don't envy your jobs one bit. So thank you, thank you, thank you. My fellow trustees, each of you demonstrates so clearly to me your commitment to our students, our district, and the promise of public education. It is such an honor to serve with you. Dr. Clark, your calm and grace, your urgency to do what is right and best for students, you're keeping top of mind those families who are struggling. Though it may not seem like it, I'm not alone in my appreciation of you. Parents, this year's been hard. Surviving a pandemic is hard. Many of us have been working from home, juggling job responsibilities while helping our children attend distance learning. Many of us have had to work outside of the home this entire time, oftentimes forced to leave our children on their own. Many didn't have adequate devices, and most still struggle with stable internet connections. Despite all of that, learning is happening. For most of us, this may be the hardest year of our parenting lives, but we've done it so far. We indeed are doing a bang-up job. I bring my whole self to this role as a school board trustee. Being a mother, daughter, wife, a policy advocate, and Black all inform my frame of reference. I've offended a certain group of parents. They expected more from me as an elected official, they say. They feel I've dismissed their concerns. They claim I clearly don't care about kids or believe in science. More than one is looking forward to me being recalled, and I've only been here for 3 board meetings, this being my 4th. Another, because of the parent video making the rounds, has accused me of taking bribes from the teachers union, basically because I don't believe in their paradigm. This mostly white, mostly quite privileged group of parents whose voices are the loudest, similar to others across the country, are upset that our district isn't open because their kids are struggling, upset that they can't really control the situation and are not getting their way right here, right now, like they're used to in the public school system. But they're really frustrated with me because I remain true to my values. To be clear, what upsets folks, it seems, is that I believe that teachers have the right to every layer of protection before putting themselves in a classroom that includes students. I believe the science, but to steal an analogy from a good friend, it's like we're spiking the ball on the 1-yard line. It is still possible to get or spread COVID at school. We can do everything possible to mitigate that risk. I'm not prepared to demand that any teacher put themselves at risk if they don't want to. Many are willing, many are not. And last summer, we had no reason to believe that vaccines were even a possibility this school year. But here we are on the 1 yard line. I believe I have a moral obligation not to lose one life in our district due to a COVID infection in someone that didn't want to take the risk to begin with. I make no apologies at all. But let me provide even more clarification. This is my guiding value. This isn't even on the bargaining table. It's just what helps me make the decisions I'm asked to make. Furthermore, this group of parents, it seems, really seems to think that because it's all they hear, what they say out loud or in a closed Facebook group, that all people throughout the district believe the same way. Yours aren't the only messages I receive, nor the only I have to consider. And more important than that, I made a commitment to the community that elected me to be their voice on this board. For so long, your voices have been amplified. I'm here to amplify their voices, to make sure their thoughts are considered. The rhetoric changed in the past couple of weeks, urging reopening for what I take you to mean the Black and Brown students in our district. It is so true. Black and Brown students are suffering the most, and it didn't start March 16th last year, and it's not going to end with the end of this pandemic. Kenny Ludlow, a Bay Area teacher, wrote these words that express my thoughts really well. And she says, in her recent New York article, Black America has reason to question authorities. Kianga Yamata Taylor criticizes the often liberal return to school advocates for describing reopening as an equity issue, while ignoring the very real concerns of Black and Latinx parents who feel they must keep their kids home. And she said, it is as if Black and Latino parents whose communities have borne the devastating brunt of this disease need to be lectured about what constitutes equity for themselves or their children. In fact, it is the absence of equity that has driven these families to want to keep their children at home. When wealthy, mostly white parents, pundits, and politicians claim to speak for low-income and Black and Latinx families in the name of equity, as Taylor describes, but ignore what those communities actually want for their children, they are engaging in the dangerous tradition of white saviorism. And then from Gloria Lanson Billings, another educator, don't pretend you have some deep conviction to the education of Black children. If that's your motivation, where was it last year when school was in session? Weren't Black children struggling then? Weren't they over-identified for special education placement? Weren't they more likely to be suspended and expelled? Weren't they least likely to be placed in honors or advanced placement courses? Weren't their high school graduation rates lower than other students? The rush to open schools for Black children is disingenuous and merely a way to cover up the desires of more privileged students. So in short, I want to keep every child healthy, every adult they love healthy, and get our community healthy. I care deeply about every child in our district. I am a voice for folks who've had no voice on this body historically. The loudest often don't represent the masses, and this pandemic has just amplified the inequities of public education. It hasn't caused them. And when the pandemic is under control, they will still be there. I say the hard things, the hard to hear things. And then finally, I encourage everyone to listen to, sit with, and reflect on the podcast, Nice White Parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Nzewi. Trustee Mayo.
That was very eloquent. So I appreciate your comments. And I tried to share a similar perspective today with an audience and was not as eloquent as you were. So thank you for your making the statements. In our work as school board members, we often follow in each other's footsteps. So Mrs. McFerrin, Trustee McFerrin, and I were at many of the same meetings this last 2 weeks. And I do appreciate the Career Technical Committee and the Mount Diablo Business Education Alliance meetings. This showcase at this particular meeting talked about the engineering STEM CAP project for the students at Ignacio Valley High School under the direction of Joseph Alvarico, and that is so promising for our engineering students at Ignacio Valley High School. Some of the other endeavors that provided benefit for our students were the Girls Only Career Mentoring presentation. Over 90 hours were volunteered or provided by business organizations that included BART, Benchmark, Bishop Wise Carver, Cordiva, ECLE, ETIC, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW 302, PG&E, and the Rotary Club of Concord. Students also enjoyed a field trip to ECLE Engineers because they can't do it an in-person experience. So we need to shout out and recognize those businesses that provide these experiences for our students, which will engage them further in their academic studies. Then there was also a career panel that was presented for students, and those industry partners included Lawrence Livermore National Lab, the Martinez Refinery, PG&E, Santec, and these reinforced learning by connecting questions to the curriculum, geographic information systems, computer-aided design, and simple and compound machines. These are the future jobs for our students as they matriculate into college and careers. I was excited to hear about the work-based learning coordinators who've begun an MDUSD PALS project. 10 student leaders will be identified from career pathways, and these students will support other CTE students in a variety of work-based learning opportunities. This provides when you're a mentor to someone else, you learn the subject much more thoroughly yourself. So this will improve both the mentor and the mentee as they progress in this experience. Earlier in October through January, the work-based learning coordinators hosted 5 speaker series in designated industry sectors, which engaged more than 300 students. So there is amazing work that was being done across our district despite the pandemic. I want to give a shout out to the CAC for including NAMI, and Mrs. McFerrin mentioned that, but the Mount Diablo Council of PTAs hosted NAMI in early January. In fact, it was the first week of January. And tomorrow night, Ignacio Valley High School is having a presentation again from NAMI, which is the National Alliance for Mental Illness. We are so fortunate that this organization has its headquarters in Concord, and they serve all of Contra Costa County. So it makes the contact for our student and families very convenient. Their basic programs is recommended for all adults. It'll help you determine that maybe your family needs a little more help, or maybe it'll give you a sense of relief in that your family doesn't need help. You just need a little bit more practice with parenting. And they have a Monday night discussion group where anyone can join their sessions and just, share things that are important and concerning to you in your family relationships. So I want to give a shout out to NAMI for working so closely with the Mount Diablo School District and supporting our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mayo. Trustee Mason.
I attended 2 webinars, one on the legals in and outs of vaccinations in school districts, which I'm interested in the law, so I always go for those legal issues. I attended one on equity and meeting the needs of our students of color during this pandemic crisis. As I mentioned, I think at the last meeting as chair of the MAC, we get a regular report from the county health, and Trustee McFerrin will be glad to know that I was advocating for our educators, all people that work at schools, to be moved further up a tier. And they heard me. I don't know if it'll make any difference, but I will continue to advocate for that wherever I speak to those groups. I went to the CSBA meeting and I heard the budget presentation for about, I think, the third time from the third different group. And I went to the career pathways and participated in the breakout around the hospitality. And I think that's pretty much it since we last met.
All right, thank you, Trustee Mason. Trustee Alas.
Good evening, everybody. I have a couple things to report on. First of all, I want to thank Trustee Nzui for putting together that work group last week for culturally responsive teaching in the brain. I think a lot of good ideas were thrown out there, and it's the start of something really great, especially as we're moving forward with the anti-bias and anti-racist committee. So thank you so much, Trustee Nzui. I have a couple updates regarding the Mount Diablo Education Foundation. The Education Foundation is launching its STEAM for Students Give 10 campaign, meaning that for the month of February, the goal is to promote awareness about the donation by donating 10 minutes of your time to follow, like, and share posts about the Mount Diablo Education Foundation on social media, and to donate $10 per student if you can, to fund some enrichment programs such as elementary school chalk art, Art in Action, MOSA MAC, high school supplies, and the Bay Area Urban Debate League. So that's Give 10 for MDSU Education Foundation. You can find more information on that on any of the Mount Diablo Education Foundation's social media platforms. So that's some way to support students. And then furthermore, Trustee Mayo is looking for judges for the Contra Costa Science Fair, so that'd be really helpful to help her out there and support the STEM-oriented students in MDUSD as they're participating in this fair. So those are quick updates on the Mount Diablo Education Foundation. The Student Advisory Committee for the Education Foundation met last week just to kind of solidify our plans regarding how we're going to continue supporting students who are participating in the Contra Costa Science and Engineering Fair. And then as we're moving forward, we sent a tentative date in the spring for a poetry slam, an inter-district poetry slam. So be on the lookout for that. That's something that we're working on, a way for students to express their creativity towards writing poems and then presenting them. So that would be fun. So be on the lookout for that, and I'll give more updates on that as we move forward with those details. I spoke at the Medea Rep Assembly on February 1st. I was invited by Anita Johnson to speak in front of the members of the union, just to give a quick introduction about myself and what my priorities kind of were for the year, what I hope to accomplish, and how I could potentially use the education, the teachers union as a resource. And I've gotten a couple teachers who have already reached out to me. So I'm excited to work with educators from across the district to create a more equitable learning environment for students. Then the last thing I have to report on, and this is going to be a bit longer. Yesterday, I convened the first meeting of the Student District Advisory Council for myself, and then also potentially for the superintendent. As I explained in my at my last a couple of other board reports, I'm hoping to create an established entity of students across across mix of students from across the district in both middle and high school to advise myself, advise the LCAP process, and serve as a consolidated group of students that can continue providing feedback, because I'm just one person, I'm just one student, and there are thousands of other students, tens of thousands of other students that I want to make sure are adequately represented. So in an effort to do that, last night we had our first meeting. This meeting had 14 students in grades 6 through 12, so it was a good cross section. Some of the schools that were represented were Pine Hollow Middle School, Holbrook Language Academy, Concord High School, Northgate High School, College Park High School. So while we have both middle and high schools, this obviously aren't all of our schools. So in the coming weeks, I'm really going to focus on getting students from all of the middle and high schools and school districts to participate, putting a special emphasis on the alternative schools as well. That's very important to me. So I'm going to be using the teachers union and using all my contacts to make sure that we have someone on that board, on that team from every single school. But we had some great discussion. I had planned for the meeting to go on for an hour. The meeting lasted an hour and a half because the students were talking and giving so much input. I'd had a meeting with Jennifer Sachs earlier about what role the Student District Advisory Committee could play when it comes to getting community feedback for the development of our local control and accountability plan. So there were 3 guiding questions that she gave me and 3 guiding questions that I posed to the SDAC, and I'm going to share what information I got, and then I can also send this to Austin, Mr. Bridenthal, to post. But the 3 questions were: what can MDSC add, change, or modify to better prepare students to be college and career ready? What can MDSD staff/employees do to better support students with their academics and their social emotional learning? And how can MDSD support the engagement and empowerment of students' families and the broader MDSD community? So we had a lot of students concur on what other students said about college and career. There were some really neat suggestions regarding the college application process and how to navigate the scholarship process. So these were particularly seniors and juniors who spoke about how we as a district can better support in that endeavor, which included, holding district-wide FAFSA, UC application, CSU application, and Common App literacy workshops to help students feel comfortable in applying. I know Northgate has, we have a great college and career center, Ms. Prosnick, and all of our counselors. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Don't know if this is something that is available at all schools, and most importantly, is it something that students know about, right? So we want to make sure that even if this is something that is available to students, that students are aware that this is something that they can make use of. So maybe holding inter-district ones or proliferating that information more, but those are, a lot of students agreed that would have been, a lot of seniors agreed that would have been really helpful earlier in the school year, and hopefully something that we can implement for juniors. Something else that was said was that students would like more information on scholarships in college from earlier in high school, starting to talk about college 9th or 10th grade, and having those kind of meetings with counselors earlier, because there are a lot of scholarships and there's a lot of money out there as early as the beginning of high school for students. And college is not cheap. College is very expensive. So starting, making those opportunities aware to students earlier in their high school career, as well as increasing publicity and augmenting offerage of appropriate CT and ROP classes for students who are, looking for a special career technical education. Those are some things that were offered on the college and career front. In terms of increasing student-faculty relationships and students to teacher relationships, students suggested having one-on-one time at the beginning of the year for students to introduce themselves to teachers, especially during distance learning. A lot of students are very alienated from their teachers and from their educators, and having one-on-one time would be helpful. So having to delineate a time where students can just get to know the teacher. As having a way also for students to form a personal relationship with their counselors at the very beginning of the year. So this isn't just, oh, I'm going to talk to my counselor because I need help with college applications my senior year, but starting this as early as 9th grade. And then also, in the classroom, having time for students to simply talk about their well-being and how they're doing. I had a Concord High senior who said that he led a leadership class and they were only planning on talking about mental health and how they've been faring for about 5 minutes, and the conversation ended up lasting an hour because students just had so much to say about the topic. So explicitly delineating time for students to talk about themselves and how they're feeling, especially right now, and not just making it all learning all the time, is something that can be incredibly helpful for students who might be struggling from mental health issues, and students who are don't have a cathartic outlet to express what is going on at home or what they're feeling. So this is something that hopefully these are just suggestions that students were throwing out there. Hopefully if there are any educators listening, something that can be implemented in the classroom. And then something else that students spoke about that's right. It's been incredibly helpful to have, a consolidated space, that being like Google Classroom, where students can see each and every assignment that they have to keep track on. Because as we're moving out of distance learning, and hopefully as we're starting to see maybe at the end of this year and the beginning of next year, we're heading back in school, students really appreciated how palatable Google Classroom and some of these online platforms made keeping track of assignments. Because it can be overwhelming, and in-person school, keeping track of everything. So keeping comprehensive systems in place as we move back into in-person learning that simulate some of the benefits of distance learning, that include having everything that is due in a centralized platform for students to keep track of. And then there's some quick talks about racial sensitivity. And I know, as was mentioned before, Jorge's team is working on ethnic studies and, teaching tolerance, but adopting, a teaching tolerance rubric for teachers to follow, and prioritizing cultural competency in the classroom. So these were all opinions that were given out by students. And I tried to say them and write them as verbatim as possible. I had like a Jamboard or like virtual sticky notes. And I also recorded that part of the meeting if there were any trustees or there was anyone who was interested in that. And I spoke to students a bit about, the possibility of mental health days, and students were in agreement that including mental illness under personal illness in California Education Code, and recognizing that could serve as a way to destigmatize mental health for students. And one of the topics that I also wanted to get to was on reopening. We're going to talk about that our next meeting, because last night, I think the agenda was getting so much traffic, the link would not open for any of the students in the meeting because there were so many people on the reopening part of the agenda. So it just wouldn't open. So I'm going to send that to students as we start doing regular meetings. So we're going to get more feedback on reopening, the hybrid plans and all that good stuff. But last night, the link just simply would not open. A lot of you parents were on there, I'm sure. Those were essentially all things that were covered, most of the things covered regarding the LCAP. Once again, I can send this to Austin for those who are interested. And I believe that is it from me. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Trustee Alas. We have some very comprehensive reports tonight. Much appreciated, everyone. Let's see if I can keep mine concise so we can move along. I do have a couple of shout outs. I'm seeing some debate winners in our district. The Bay Area Urban Debate League that is working with students at Ignacia Valley High. Ignacia Valley High School debaters Jania Benson and Alex Hagerstrand won the novice division at the Aaron Thomas Memorial Tournament last weekend. Very exciting. And then I think it's Kelly Cooper reported that Northgate High School debate team in their first competition of 2021, seniors Caroline Welsh and Michelle Alas, placed in the Sweet 16 out of 69 varsity teams. Congratulations, Trustee Alas. And freshmen Lauren Bosley and Ella Copper placed in the Elite 8 of the novice teams. So we have some fantastic debaters out there, and it's something that's becoming more accessible throughout our school district. So that was pretty exciting to me. Let's see. Since our last meeting, I too have been advocating for vaccines. This seems to be a trend amongst our group here. I did end up signing the letter with 13 other school board presidents in our county, and CCCSBA, Contra Costa County School Boards Association, voted to sign it, sign the letter as well. So that was sent on February 1st to the County Board of Supervisors and Department of Health. And a few of us did attend and speak at the County Board of Supervisors meeting on February 2nd. To be clear, that letter did not say that vaccines should be required before schools can open, but was recommending that it be prioritized as one of many layers of protection for all educators, not just teachers, all education staff. at the Board of Soups meeting, Supervisor Joya was expressing concern about the equity of vaccine distribution, because current data was showing that many more people were vaccinated in the parts of the county that were least affected by COVID. They had some discussion around the need to build trust with people who live in the hardest hit areas, so that they would choose to get vaccinated. And all of that led me to think, well, there is a combination here that could be really the win, which is between equity and schools and building community trust, is to partner with Mount Diablo to first vaccinate school staff that are on site at schools in the hardest hit areas of the county. From there, the schools have relationships with the neighborhood and the families, so that when their turn comes up to be vaccinated, you've already got it set up, ready to go with people who have been vaccinated and can build that trust and show how it works. So I know that is a topic that's being discussed. And so we'll see where that goes. But it seems like it could be a win-win between what the County Board of Supervisors is talking about in terms of trying to really vaccinate people in the areas where COVID is highest, as well as to open our schools. So we will see. I know that, Riverview Middle School has had the COVID testing site, right, with County Health right next door. So, these are things that I think we could really make happen. And aside from that, I've just been, really listening to as many different perspectives as I can from throughout the district about reopening. And I'm just hearing that on the one hand, distance learning is working very well for some people, and it really is the best choice for some people. Not everyone is saying to reopen, but there are others. Students from various backgrounds who have various reasons why they think distance learning is being unsuccessful for them, and where in-person opportunities of some sort could make a big difference. So starting with Trustee McFerrin, when you spoke a few months ago about how it made a world of difference for some of the students in your classroom to be able to get the special assistance that they needed to be able to then access learning through your class. I know that there are special needs students in our district that are looking for exactly that type of assistance. I've been hearing from English learners that are struggling to do language through Zoom, and even English speaking students who are just feeling that isolation and depression. Parents who are really struggling with the fact that their student is really struggling. And there's some very serious situations like that as well. So I know we'll talk about that in a future agenda item here. But so I think that is it as far as our board reports. So let's move on. It's 9:51. It's going to run a little bit later tonight than our last meeting, everyone. So with that, let me move on to superintendent's report. Dr. Clark.
Yeah, my comments will be on, I'll reserve my comments for 17.1 when I talk about reopening and safety measures.
Okay, all right, we can do that, absolutely. Okay, so then moving on to 14.0, consent agenda. Items listed under consent agenda are considered routine and will be approved, adopted by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. However, any item may be removed from the consent agenda upon the request of any member of the board and acted upon separately. Do we have a motion or any items to be pulled at this time?
I will make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, thank you. Motion by Trustee Mason and second by Trustee Mayo. We'll call for a vote. Trustee Mason?
Yes.
Trustee Mayo?
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin?
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi?
Yes.
Oh, and Trustee Alice, we'll get your recommendation here.
Yes.
Thank you. And I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. Our consent agenda has passed. All right, so that takes us to item 17.0. We can move on to our business part of the evening. 17.1, which I think some people have been waiting for some time here, is the review and potential approval of the Mount Diablo Unified School District Safe Reopening Plan. Dr. Clark.
So thank you so much, trustees, and I also want to thank everyone who is out there watching this meeting and who clearly has a invested interest in the actions of this board as we move forward. First of all, just a couple things about the last couple of weeks and about this process that we've been going through. I'm going to acknowledge that folks are under a lot of stress. We've been dealing with global pandemic for almost a year, so 11, just right about 11 months, right? I mean, and it really has been nonstop for some families, and with distance learning is not something that we came up with as hey, this is a great way for students to learn, and this is what we're going to do instead of sending students to school. We have this great alternative plan here. That was not how distance learning was ever designed, or that was never the purpose of it. So when I feel the people who are upset that are saying distance learning is a failure or it's not working for their family or whatnot, I understand. I've said before that nothing can replace the magic that takes place between a student and teacher within a classroom or within a learning environment setting. And it's very difficult to do those, to create that synergy through Zoom all the time. And whether we're talking about kindergartners or whether we're talking about seniors and everyone in between, it is difficult. We have had a Herculean effort in this district to pivot to distance learning, all the way from executive cabinet and all the way throughout the organization to substitute employees that come in and work on our sites. I want to add to the shout outs around our staff. I am gonna recognize staff, because we have folks who are out there and who are doing the best that they can with what they have under tremendous amounts of pressure. Pressures at home, pressures at work, pressures with their own health and their own safety. I want to acknowledge that with everyone, every employee group that we have, I acknowledge the work that you're doing and appreciate those efforts. So with that, I do want to give the update that I promised. So going back to January 13th at the board meeting, I mentioned that I would give an update of where we were in terms of our January reopening plan that we had to completely put on hold. And at that meeting, I mentioned that I did not see us coming back to in-person learning until March. It did not mean that we were not going to discuss it. It did not mean that we were not going to bring it up, or there was not work and still efforts happening to make this happen. However, some people took it as that, and I understand they're under a tremendous amount of stress, and so that's how they chose to take those statements and react, and I understand that. I also want to go back to the November 9th board meeting, and I made an impassioned plea to the leadership of Medea, which is the president of Medea and their lead negotiator, who basically does all the talking at the table and is a representative from CTA and basically represents the teachers here and has complete power over what takes place at the negotiations table. And I made a plea to anyone who would listen that this is an important topic, and I'm willing, for educated folks to come together, to put our heads together and find a solution to the challenges that we're facing. We cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach to solving the struggles that our students are facing. And it's very difficult to say that students in one community are not able to grasp the concepts any more or any less than students in another community. They're all students and they all struggle, they all have success, and they all have everything in between. So to think that we could come up with a one-size-fits-all approach around every single thing that we do in terms of instruction and learning is extremely difficult. Since that time, no one has taken me up on that offer. We still have spent days and days and hours at the negotiation table. And the things that we're talking about, we're not talking about kids. I'm just going to be very straight about that. We're talking about county metrics. We're talking about things that don't necessarily have kids' best interest in mind, right? And the kids' best interest in mind is that we're the professionals here. We have to come up with a way that we can support our students either through distance learning or some form of face-to-face instruction. I would like to give educators the opportunity to work at home if they can do their job from home. I would like to give educators the opportunity to come work in person if that's what they choose to do. But when you work on a one-size-fits-all approach, it's very difficult to find those individual wins that we so desperately need. We have made progress at the negotiations table around, one-on-one testing, around one-on-one meetings, around small groups, things of that nature. It is by far no way adequate to meet the vast needs of the students within our district. It just doesn't do that, but it is a step in the right direction. And I'm hoping as we go forward, we can bring some more people around the table. We can hear some different perspectives, and we can, break up this eating of this huge elephant, trying to do it all at once, but break it up into little pieces and talk about a workable hybrid schedule of what that could look like. I never wanted to present a hybrid schedule. However, I was under tremendous pressure to wait until we negotiated a schedule, which we're still not there, and we still have not had very little discussions about a schedule. So I had to put out a schedule so that parents could see that a hybrid is not coming back to as school was a year ago. It's not going to come back to 28, 30 kids in a classroom all day. It's just not that, because we have to physical distance our students. We have to have less students on campus. And I believe that there is a way to do that so that the needs of all folks can be met. I'm very disappointed that when we do have a community that is in need, instead of finding ways to embrace that community and find out how we could provide more support services and more opportunities, that our first inclination is we just need to just back off and just stop. And we can't do anything at those sites because their infection rates are so high. I would tend to think, kind of the mindset of a firefighter, where when there's a need, and which we're educators, so when there's a need of students, we go to the need. We don't remove ourselves from the need, but we go to the need. And so I'm hurt that that's not at the forefront of our work. I understand that we have a very vocal community that really wants to return back to school, and I 100% agree with them and sympathize with them. It is tough, but everybody doesn't feel that way. So how can we, as sane adults, come up with ways that we can support our students. I mean, we currently have a rule basically that students are not allowed on our campus. And yeah, we're making some cracks in that foundation, but I shared on November 9th that I thought that rule was absolutely just insane. How could we as a school district and as schools, either in our either in our communities where the infection rates are very, very low, or in our communities where the infection rates are very high, how could we have a rule where kids are not allowed on our campuses? And I'm just dumbfounded by that. And if nothing else, I mean, that has to change. However, we're going to go through this process. So let me get to what people really came, or the 200 and so people who are tuned in. So I said in my last communication out to the public that I would provide the MDUSD board with a formal update regarding COVID safety protocols, because unfortunately we had been negotiating these protocols. We had been negotiating metrics. We had been negotiating testing and things of that nature, when in fact there is state and county guidance that lays all that out. And we as a district, I don't believe that we should do things that are outside of the state and county guidance, and that one individual who comes up with his or her idea of what it should look like I don't feel that's appropriate for a public school district. We should follow the public guidance that we have set forward with. So I was hoping that we could come up with agreements so that this wasn't necessarily coming top down. And so because we weren't able to reach those, we then as a team and as our risk management team and HR team and business services, M&O, a very collaborative effort, we put together our formal safety plan that has been posted on the agenda for the last 5 days. And I just want to real briefly touch on the topics. I'm not going to go deep unless there's specific questions, but we have return to campus considerations and the guidelines around TK6 and around 712. We have guidance and direction in there about face coverings. We have guidance and direction in the document around stable groups of students, pods, cohorts, whatever you want to call it, but it's stable groups in this document. Physical distancing, what it looks like in the classroom and what it looks like outside of the classroom. Adequate ventilation, hand hygiene, screening. What do we do when there's symptoms at school? What happens in different scenarios? What happens if a student tests positive? What happens if a staff member tests positive? We have been working at Dent for months. We have had individuals within this organization come down with COVID, and we have had to implement our procedures and protocols in order to address those. Knock on wood, we have not had to close down because there is guidance from the state and county and from the powers to be of what requires a shutdown, not just my idea of what should be shut down or an individual's idea, but there's guidance around a shutdown. We have not had a shutdown here in the Dent Center. So we've laid out our scenarios. We have 3 scenarios that are included in the packet that are all aligned with state and county guidelines. We have what constitutes a partial or total school closure, right? So when we do come to a point when we are willing to open, we have the guidance in there that talks about total school closure. We have our cleaning and disinfecting protocols, and I just want to again call out our custodians and recognize them for the dedication and the work that they do on their campuses. Oftentimes, they have been the subject of some very mean-spirited statements that they're not cleaning, they're not doing, things of that nature. They are a team of people who, again, are under tremendous stress, who are doing the best they can, and we've laid out their daily custodial procedures. We also included in this document, which we have been running successfully since summer is our athletic and extracurricular protocols. All of those have been taking place on our campuses for our high school students. And, and so we have shared those protocols. Also around student support, nutrition services, transportation, and mental and social emotional health. So it is my hope that now that we have these sort of safety procedures in place, now we can start using our valuable time at the negotiating table. We can use that time to really talk about what it's going to look like. So what I mean by that is, you take the secondary schedule that is presented on this agenda. It is a sample. All of our high schools have a different schedule, have different start times, have different designs. And so therefore, there's not going to be a one schedule fits all. But if we could agree on the framework of a schedule, then we can put the schedule in the hands of the folks who are dealing with this each and every day, our department chairs, our vice principals, our counselors, none of which are at the negotiating table. But these are folks who could say, this is what it's going to look like at Concord High. This is what it's going to look like at Pleasant Hill Middle School. Those are the things that I would like to see happen. So we have the safety protocols there, and I'm open to any questions that the trustees may have about our safety protocols before I move on to the next topic.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Trustee Mason, I see your hand.
One quick question. Should be yes or no answers though.
Yeah.
I'm assuming like many documents that school districts do, it's a living document that we can change and adjust as needed.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. And I included that in the in my introduction in the document.
Thank you. Good question. Trustee McFerrin.
Thank you. I just have a question about the MERV 13 filters. I think that I heard that they were already put into place in all of our classrooms, but I saw some questions about that in the public comment emails.
Yeah. So we are at a 90% and above with installation of the MERV 13 filters. There is clearly there's a shortage of these throughout. So we are engaging with different vendors and trying to finish up the gap on the final end. But we're at 90% and above on those being installed throughout the district.
Thank you.
Other
So,
questions?
Yeah. So the next part is and this is still included in the document, but it is what I committed to speaking about this evening, is the state and county requirements for reopening. So I would just want to talk real briefly about that. Is that several months ago, as we were talking about with the board about reopening, I let the board know that I did not feel comfortable recommending, because as superintendent, what I do is provide recommendations to the board, and ultimately it comes down to a board decision. But I let the board know that I was uncomfortable recommending that we open under the guidance of a waiver because of widespread COVID. And I received feedback from the trustees that they were in line with this thinking, and that we as a district were not going to apply for a waiver to open up, so that we would open up in the most restrictive environment. So in purple, which although our numbers are sliding into red, we are still, if you go to the county website, we are still in the purple tier. So this is the reason why we did not post our COVID, our COVID, safety plan before February 1st, as the governor requested, if you were intending to open in the purple. So again, I've shared, we've already been doing these processes and procedures in the district for some time. every last one of our schools are open to the public, as they should be. So parents still have to come to our schools to conduct business. Students still come on campus to pick up. They can pick up their assignments and go. So our campuses are still accessible, and we do have safety procedures within those campuses that we had been following. And so so the metrics lay out when a district can open in purple and how that would take place. And we as a district, it did not appear that that was a direction that we wanted to take. And so therefore, we are aiming to reopen in some form. And when we get to red, when the county says that it's in a red tier. So that was the state and county requirements for reopening that I committed to speaking about this evening. And again, I just have to share at the table, this is what the majority of our time has been talking about. There has been, not an option for movement on this area. And so there was a lot of time spent and still spent. We're still not there. And I mean, the demands of Medea leadership. And I want to be clear, not to clump in the rank and file. I want to direct my comments towards the leadership, because that's who I'm speaking to. They posted their opening demands, in a local online public online platform at some time. So it's public knowledge. So I'm not negotiating away from the table, but we're still, distances away from coming to an agreement on that. However, as a public school district, I'm recommending to the board that we absolutely should follow the state and county guidance as it comes to reopening. And I've included that in our safety plan. And so hopefully, that is something that, that we can now, move on from and talk about other pressing issues.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Trustee comments or questions on this?
And then the last thing I wanted to touch on was the status of negotiations. And then, one thing I just want to say is that this is our district, everybody's, our stakeholders. It's not my district, right? I'm just here, right, as superintendent, and there's been many folks who've come and sat in this chair and whatnot, but this is a school district, right? It's not so I have broad shoulders. I mean, if there's going to be criticism, it can come towards me. I'm fully capable of taking that criticism, but I'm sorry if I have to make decisions that that are tough decisions that people have to live with. And one of them is we have to serve our communities in the middle of a pandemic, and that is tough. I totally understand that. I am not blind to the multiple emails that I've received of people who are exiting our district. We've lost this year, we've lost over 1,000 students. Well, guess what? When you lose 1,000 students, like it or not, layoffs, and I know we heard primarily from primarily from Medea tonight, but it doesn't just affect Medea, right? Layoffs will affect every one of our bargaining groups when you lose 1,000 kids, right? School closures, right? All those are results of when you have students who leave your district. And if we continue on this path of there's a one size fits all, and we can't make we can't make concessions, we can't come to agreements, if we're just going to continue to go back and forth and not serve our communities, then it is going to result in massive layoffs and school closures. And unfortunately, that's the harsh reality of public education. We staff in terms of enrollment. And so if the lowest on the seniority list are the ones who are let go, that is within the CBA contract. So that's not a district practice. That's in the contract that we follow, who gets bumped and who doesn't. And so again, I just want us to be able to get our heads together, to talk about these things. We cannot, as a district, we cannot open or serve our students without our employees. We just can't do it, right? They are part of this. This is their district too. This is all of our district. And we all have to come together to find different ways that we can support our students. And that is what matters to me, is serving all of our students. And I really do not care which school they go to or who their parents are. I am committed to each and every student in this district. But there is not a one-size-fits-all approach. And the only way that we are going to be able to serve all these students is if we can come together. I know there's a long history with many different groups and whatnot, but we're going to have to come together, and we're going to have to, be civil and discuss this, and we're going to have to think outside the box. And I think that we have the dedicated folks who are here who can do that. We have the parents who want to support us and will be supportive of us, but we have to do better. And that's all of us, and that's me included. And and again, I'll take all the blame, and I'll give out all the accolades. But if we're not serving our communities, we're going to pay a price down the line. So I will stop, and I'll open it up to any questions that you guys have or comments.
Trustee Nzewi.
I don't have any questions, mostly because I can't remember what they were that parents had around the safety thing, but I know it's there to read. I appreciated just the end of your comments just now. I felt like we're all in this together. But I just want to say, I felt like the way you opened, I wasn't expecting that, because it definitely, it doesn't feel like it's going to do anything to help move us forward, to move negotiations forward. That's all. Thank you.
I have a quick question. So
Trustee
we need
Ellis.
to be, thank you. We need to be in red for 3 weeks, right, before we start moving forward with these plans. That means that, the survey isn't going to come out anytime soon. Can you give like a quick timeline on the survey?
So included on this topic is a compact, and I'm waiting for direction from the board. But the compact is basically a commitment that if we're going to return in whatever format, that you're agreeing to these points. And so we can either, and I'm open. We have a survey that is pretty much ready to go, but we can either start with the survey. We could start with the compact. I just, again, I want to be transparent. We can put out a survey, and 90% of our families can say that they want to come back. And if we can't come up with agreements, then again, it's gonna put us in a tough spot. Or if we put out a survey and 10% of our parents say that they want to come back, it's gonna, so what is the purpose of the survey? And so that is what I'd like to hear from the board, because we don't have a final schedule to roll out. And so oftentimes people respond to our surveys with, well, I need more information. And if we don't have agreements across the board, then how can we put that out? So I would be asking the board for direction on what to do with the compact, and how they would like us to survey.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here's where I'm at. I think I hear what you're saying about we need to move on to a position where we can be negotiating about what in-person learning looks like as opposed to the metrics, so that each site can really design what the schedule needs to look like for itself. We have 50 different sites with, you know, in some cases it's dual language, in other cases it's, you know, high school, middle school. We have so many different scenarios. And we do need to get to the point where those can get designed for the purposes of serving our students. And I think we need to provide clear direction to you on this now so that we can serve our students. I think we know that there are certain things that we can do regardless of COVID levels that are safe. For example, we have been providing sports conditioning on all of our high school sites all the way through the pandemic, through the summer, through the shelter in place in the winter, the entire time. That is an example of small groups following the state and county guidance. If we don't move forward with state and county guidance like that, what our actions are already saying to people is that we care about sports more than we care about anything else on our school sites. That's what our actions are saying right now. And that does speak louder than words. We will allow students on campus for athletic conditioning, but if they want to come in the same format, same protocols, and do math tutoring, right now that's not allowed, because on our small group support hubs, you know, we have some metrics in there. So I think we as a board need to provide direction that says we will follow county and state protocols and guidelines when it comes to COVID. Then within that, there is much that we can do, that we can determine with our negotiation teams, with our teachers, with our partners, with the community to figure out what the education actually looks like, the format of it, what health procedures need to be in place, maybe in some places even over and above what's written in this document, to make sure that we serve all students. But I think that, you know, I think we should have started small groups back in October when we got the guidance. We had athletics going on. We could have been providing a safe space for students who need it, you know, in a small group support hub way. And we didn't, and that's a travesty. And we need to start serving our students now. Trustee Mason.
I guess I would say I would like to survey parents based on the hybrid, with the caveat being that's a starting point. And to get to your point about individual schools making it the decision. So if we start with the hybrid, but this school and this school and this school, they really need a place for kids to do the distance learning on site, then school by school, we see if we can make that happen. And that kind of talks to the equity where that might be a need in one community, but not so much a need in another community. But at least there are a group of parents out there that seem to be happy with the hybrid or willing to start with that. It gets us back on campus. It gets us thinking about the fall. And hopefully, like I say, being able to adjust. Now, the piece of all that is we do have negotiating that has to happen. But I think we at least start moving that direction, get the parents committing one way or the other, because if there's not that many parents, we might not need all that many staff returning. I think we need to get that number and just, for lack of a better term, dip our toe in the water and see where we are. Because we could talk, like you said, we could talk about it for days, but we need to start moving in that direction.
Trustee Mayo.
I agree that we need to start moving forward, and that it's important to do the parent survey. I'm hopeful that our bargaining partners will have heard the parents who've been speaking, and that they will also hear your remarks, Dr. Clark, that we need to find a variety of solutions for that can be engaged across the district. So I'm supportive of what steps we can undertake to make sure that we are moving forward, hopefully for reopening before the end of the school year.
I think with any survey, we know that the survey responses in the summer and I think we've done 2 surveys if I recall, that there's many parts of the district that are under responding. And so I would also I do agree we should survey parents. And I also think we have to have a concerted effort and plan on how to reach those families for whom an emailed survey isn't the best way to communicate and to get their feedback.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that there was a speaker at public comment tonight who alluded to that, saying that specifically in the Bay Point area, go beyond the traditional survey and meet with parents and hear what it is that they need to hear to feel safe on our campuses. That's, I think, the kind of thing that's going to be much more effective in terms of meeting equity needs, serving our students, rather than changing the metrics of when we reopen. I think we need to take your recommendation, open according to state and county guidance, but then talk to parents, particularly in areas of the district where we don't normally hear from. Talk to the teachers there, find out what they need. We might need to make some additional investments in those areas to make sure that they're safe in various ways.
So just to clarify, so we have an amazing group of principals who have been advocating on surveys that they, again, I'm not going to name which schools or whatnot, but they would really like to take the survey and put it into a paper copy and hand deliver it to some folks or do it over the phone with some folks. And so so we have designed it in a way that they can do that, because ultimately the survey data is really for the school sites, so that the school sites can start to prepare, right? And so when I talk about reopening, again, I'm not saying that this is going to happen with every single family in the district. We're still going to have those families that don't wish to come back or don't trust coming back, or for safety and health reasons just can't come back. But at a particular school, it's important to know if you have 120 kids who want to return, but 400 of your kids want to stay at home, when another school, right down the street or in the next town over may be the exact opposite. So our principals are gearing and itching and ready to move in that direction. So they are willing to do that. And so, and lastly, this is a parent survey. Previously, and I shared with this board, when we surveyed our teachers, we were threatened with legal proceedings that was not acceptable for us to survey our teachers. So that's another challenge.
Threatened with legal proceedings by who?
We had a cease and desist letter not to survey the teachers about returning or not returning, or those who could require an excuse not to return, and those who would not.
So ideally, the teacher survey is jointly done between the district and the teachers union, for example. Would be ideal, yes?
That would be definitely ideal. They've indicated that they have done a survey. They have not shared the data with us. I don't know what that data says, but they have it. So again, I'm looking to move forward.
Madam President.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes, we need to adopt a meeting extension because we're past the magic hour.
Thank you.
I move that the time until, I'll say 12:30.
I don't think we'll need that long, but I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion by trustee Mayo, second by trustee Mason. We'll put it to a vote. Trustee Ellis,
Yes.
trustee Mayo,
Yes.
trustee Mason,
Yes.
trustee McFerrin,
Yes.
trustee Nzewi.
Yes.
All right, and I also vote yes. Motion passes with concurrence from our student board member. Thank you all for your patience in this this challenging topic that we've spent a lot of time hearing from the public on tonight, as well as having time for us to discuss it here as well. So thank you all. Trustee Mayo, did you have something in addition to that comment?
So we will be sending out a survey either at the end of this week or the very beginning of next week, and it will go out to all families, and we'll give schools the option to hand deliver it, to make phone calls, to do whatever they need to do to help collect that information. It is going to limit our ability to centralize our data. So I'm probably not going to be able to get you a nice pie chart of where everyone said, but I will be able to provide individual school data. And we will provide that to the board, and we will also make that public to anyone who wants to see it.
Thank you. Is there a way to include on the survey? Just feel like it's important for us to know if there are parents who are wanting their student to come back in person, but a 2-hour block is just not feasible for them. Not saying we could necessarily accommodate everyone who desires that, but maybe have a checkbox that says, if feasible at my school site, I would prefer a full day or something like that.
I think we can put that in. I don't want to skew the data, and I don't want to overpromise something that we can't deliver on when it's all said and done.
True.
But again, if that's something that the board feels would enhance our data we're collecting, I think that would be I think we could fit something in there that gives us that, because again, I get it. The hybrid schedule that we've put out as a sample is not a solution to working parents. It's not a solution to to students who have fallen far behind where they should be. It really is a response to the social, emotional, the isolation, the depression, that many students are going through. That's the response to it. But I think as a parent, if I had the option, I would say, yeah, sign my kid up to go to school all day. I'd much rather have my student go to school all day than for 2.5 hours. However, I just want to say again that that part of the reason why we've designed it in this way is because there was a tremendous outpouring of individuals who wanted to remain with their current teachers. They basically indicated that they had gotten through this, they had dealt with this very challenging thing, which is distance learning, and they finally gotten to a place where it's working, maybe for some better than others, but that they didn't want to lose that. Now I'm hearing that there are some parents who are okay with changing teachers or something to that nature. But again, we won't know until we do a survey and until we can, really come to some sort of agreements on these. And then one last thing I wanted to say is that from where I sit and from looking into the future, there should not be a reason why we can't come back in the fall, and have all kids who want to be back, have them back. Now, it may not be, all day, every day, because that would result on county guidance around physical distancing if we still have to do that. But our employees who want to get vaccinated, they are going to get vaccinated, right? The county is figuring this out, and the news is getting better and better each day, but folks are going to have the opportunity to get vaccinated. You know, the mask wearing and the safety protocols that are widely implemented throughout our county are going to start bringing the numbers even further down. I truly believe that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and we are going to get through this. And so as I'm sitting here today, I'm seeing us reopening in the fall, but it's going to be in line with how everyone else, you know, at least public schools, how they reopen, because we're all going to be following the same sort of guidance or whatnot.
And I think we just need to be clear, that is our goal.
Yeah.
Knowing we don't know what tomorrow brings, we've learned that this year, but our goal should be, that's where we want to be. Like you said, whether it's everybody at the same time or with social distancing.
Yes, absolutely.
So on this agenda item, we are asking for consideration for the safety plan, and also I just wanted to also bring to the trustees' attention is that we do have the compact on there as in draft form, and so I don't know if you want to do those in two separates. Just to be clear, the schedules are not up for recommendation for approval. Those are only samples to get the conversation started. Those are not being brought forward for any sort of consideration for approval.
Okay, thank you. So we'll be looking for a motion to approve the safe reopening plan as well as the community compact. So along those lines, is there, well, I guess we could have a motion and then we can just ask any further questions on the specifics of those.
Madam President, I've moved the board adopt the safe reopening plan following the health guidelines spring 2021.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Motion by trustee Mayo, second by trustee Mason. So any discussion on this item?
I think it's really important what Mrs. Mason, the question Mrs. Mason asked and Dr. Clark confirmed, that these are living documents and they are subject to change. And as necessary, we will revise them so that our community and families and parents and staff are best supported.
Thank you. Yes.
And I want to make another note that I've seen just at my specific school site, I've seen how my administration has been working diligently to really plan out the specific pathways students are going to take, like in the hallways. I went to go pick up a book at the library the other day and I already saw arrows. This is where you can walk. This is where you can't walk to prevent traffic. You know, I've seen them measuring out the distances between desks. So I want to thank admin at all the school sites for putting in the work and putting in the time and effort, because, you know, following these guidelines and following this compact to make sure that when we do return to school, everything is as safe as possible. So they've been hard at work there as well. So yeah.
Thank you. Yes. I did have one other question on, or that's come up on ventilation. I noticed that is covered in the document on page 7. That says all HVAC and ventilation systems have been evaluated by a licensed commissioning contractor to ensure proper ventilation. From that report, repairs and adjustments have been done and will continue to be monitored. I appreciate seeing that because I know there've been questions, you know, about our ventilation. Has somebody assessed it? There was a question about more unique buildings, kind of like Northgate High, that don't have windows that open. Have those been evaluated by a contractor was the question.
Not the windows. Not
the building overall for meeting COVID safety standards for the air. Like, can the Northgate High building be used for?
So first of all, there's not a licensed person who comes around and looks at our buildings in terms of airflow and whatnot. The guidance clearly says, you know, open a door if you need to, open a window if possible, you know, turn on the HVAC system if possible. I mean, you know, many, not just in our district, but many of the schools that were built in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, there are some parts of you know, of schools that don't have, you know, HVAC systems, or don't have air heaters, or don't have windows. And so therefore the guidance says to open it, you know, open a door. So besides our own in-house staff, we have not gone around and like looked at each room to see about ventilation, rather than changing the air filters and doing that work. And we do have HVAC technicians either on staff or who we contract out with, who do regularly. And I know Melanie has been before this board and shared actually in a public meeting what that process was. So so all that has been done. And we do have some buildings in our district that you know, that don't have great HVAC systems, or don't have windows that open, but they all have doors, and there's other things that you know, that you can do to mitigate the spread of COVID.
They're gonna, just to this point, their AB 841 was passed last year, but in the midst of COVID, which is a grant program from the state that's paid for by the utilities, that would allow for school districts to get the money needed to update their HVAC systems, which would include seeing if rooms are properly ventilated. And it's a first come, first serve process, but it's not necessarily a competitive process. It's just first come, first serve for the dollars, prioritizing schools with, I think, 80% free and reduced price. But after that, it becomes anyone can apply.
Thank you. And I don't know if our maintenance team knows that, or if they've applied for those funds. They're, you know, I would have to check with them to know if they've applied for anything like that.
Thank you, Trustee Nzeri. That's great. Yeah, hopefully we have applied for it. We definitely have, you know, some schools that could qualify for the 80% or more free and reduced lunch. Oh, okay. I do see the CBO and Director of Facilities are working on this already. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Okay, so that was good. Any other questions on this Safe Reopen document? Nope. All right, so we have a motion and a second, so let's put it to a vote. Trustee Alas?
Yes.
Trustee Mayo?
Yes.
Trustee Mason?
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin?
Yes.
Trustee Nzeri?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. And that was specifically for the Safe Reopen plan.
So, Madam President, I
Yes.
move that the board approve the compact that's dated February 10th, 2021.
Thank
I
you.
second that motion.
All right, motion by Trustee Mayo, second by Trustee Alas. Any discussion on this item? It's pretty straightforward. I think it's an important thing to do so that everyone's clear about the expectations. All right, so we'll put that to a vote. Trustee Alas.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
Trustee Nzeri.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from the student board member. All right, we're on fire. Dr. Clark, your other recommendation to the board was that we open according to state and county guidelines.
Yes, however, my, you know, as I stated before, we cannot do it without all of our employees. And so If I'm hearing from the board, if I'm hearing clearly from the board, is that you want us to continue to be at the table with all of our labor partners, working with them. I will continue to give the district's negotiating team, give them all the support that they need, and and to try to focus on the actual day-to-day, what it will look like for students. And so I mean, we're going to be in red fairly soon, and I just don't think with the with the time that it has taken for us to get this far and to make the accomplishments, to achieve the accomplishments that we have made thus far. I just, I'm concerned about being able in the next few weeks, being able to reach all of the agreements that need to be reached. We're going to make every effort. I restate what I've always said is that, I think a lot of this can be done, in smaller teams, working on addendums, things to that nature, breaking apart, the big overall MOU, so to speak. I think we can break that apart and come to some agreements, but when we hit red, it's going to be up to the board on what is going to constitute us opening and what that's actually going to look like.
Right. But in the meantime, you want to be planning, you want to be ready, you want to know what it's going to look like. And that's what the focus of negotiations needs to be on, rather than continuing to debate back and forth what the metrics for reopening are. Right.
That is correct. And just, my wish is that, we would be able to come out together and put out a plan, an agreement of saying this is what we agreed on. However, with the pressure from the public coming and well, basically they're interpreting that as work isn't being done, because it's a narrative out there that we don't have a plan, we're not prepared, we haven't thought about this, and that can't be furthest from the truth. We just don't want to put out a plan and say this is how everything's going to look, and then as we're meeting with our labor partners, we're not able to come to that agreement, and then it's not going to look that way, and then all of a sudden right. our stakeholders are going to be disappointed
in terms of things like the schedule. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Well, and I think that's exactly right. I think, as you said earlier, students not being allowed on campus, we need to end that. That cannot be our whole plan of keeping people safe, is to just prevent students from coming on campus and having, different numbers around how many students can be on campus. That is not serving students in terms of education. And it's not getting us where we need to go. So I would say, and I want to ask my fellow trustees if you agree with this, that we need to be firm that we need to follow county and state guidance when it comes to the levels at which time we can open schools, follow county and state guidelines, rather than bringing any additional numbers into the equation that limit things. So, like, for example, moving forward, if there's any further negotiation on one-on-one meetings, right now we've got one-on-one meetings, which we know are safe. It's a one person with one person following protocols that can absolutely be done in any situation. And yet our MOU still says on one-on-one meetings that there can be no more than 4 students at a time per campus and no more than 16 total per day per campus. The number 4 and the number 16 are not something that we can defend because it doesn't come from any guidance anywhere. And we have different campuses. We have campuses with 400 students and we have campuses with 2,400 students. So again, the number 4 and the number 16 are not something that come from guidance. We need to get to a place where when we're talking about allowing students onto our campuses, that it is all following the state and county and health guidance that is out there, and trusting that we are not healthcare providers, we are education providers. And from then within that, we can structure the education system to provide, you know, protections and services on our sites.
I hear
Let me
that
open
loud.
that up.
No, I hear
Does that
that.
make sense?
I hear that loud and clear. I hear that loud and clear. And again, you know, I am not advocating that we bring all of our students back on campus and that we, you know, just load up our classrooms and things like that. I'm not advocating that for one bit, but I think that providing educational services to our students on our campuses is something that we should be doing for those who truly need it and want it, rather than forcing people one way or the other to do things. So I'm in agreement, and we will work very hard to meet the direction that the board is providing.
Thank you.
I
Trustee
would
Mayo?
agree. I would agree with the step forward as well.
Me as
Trustee
well.
Mason?
Yep, I've been saying for a while, I don't know why we're not going by the county metrics. They're the experts, not us.
Thank you.
Can I offer to Trustee Khan?
Yes.
I appreciate and understand the frustrations with what seems like arbitrary numbers, because we can't defend the number. We don't know where, I don't know where they came from, but especially because I wasn't here. But the district agreed to it. And so because like that's the MOU as it is. And so I also don't feel good that we're like not owning it. Like I wasn't here when we agreed it, but I know that this board before, I guess in November, agreed to it. So that's just one point. I just don't feel comfortable with us bashing our own MOU that has all of our district signatures on it. It may have been right now it may be frustrating, but we agreed to it. I'm curious are we at this point, I'm not sure that we're voting to only move forward with the district, with the state or county metrics. And if so, how does that impact negotiations? Because to the point that if the unions, and it's more than Medea, as you said, Dr. Clark, it's like all the bargaining units have to agree, and we all have to in order to be able to have a functioning campus, you have to have everyone there. How does that impact the ability to move forward? Or are we just trying to focus on the scheduling and whatnot? So that's where I'm unclear as to what we're doing right in this very moment.
Yeah, so we're not taking action right now. We're just
Okay.
getting direction, and I know that, you know, we have shared with the board several times that we made these agreements because we had absolutely nothing. I'm not saying that tomorrow we're going to open up our campuses and say and disregard the agreements. We're going to honor the agreements, right? So please, you know, trust that we are going to honor what we've signed, right? We've agreed to that. I'm hearing, although we've agreed to that, we want to, you know, do better in responding to the needs of our stakeholders, of our students, and find ways that we can revisit that and we can re-talk about that, and we can, you know, use the state and county guidance as what's going to direct us going forward.
Yes, exactly. It's about going forward. And I think for example, with the small groups, I think this board gave direction in December to start small group support hubs as soon as possible. I think what came out of that was come to an agreement as soon as possible. So we got to an agreement as soon as possible, but the agreement does fall short of what we intended when we provided direction in December. When we provided direction in December as a board, we said we wanted to start small group hubs as soon as possible. That did not mean put any metrics on it. So I think us being clear about how things are going to move forward will maybe help things move forward more clearly.
just lastly, I know, and I know the art of negotiations, that I'm sure our labor partners may not be happy with some of the agreements as well. They may have made concessions, and so I do want to, I do want to point that out, that this is not just this is not just the district saying that we don't necessarily are not happy with these. I'm sure there's parts of the agreements that they're not happy with and their members may not be happy with. So we understand that, and it's going to take some work to try to move forward and and find ways that we can continue to support as many kids as possible in the safest manner possible.
President Count, I really appreciate the direction that you're giving, because in order to untie our hands and start opening up those opportunities for students, that means giving us the potential to open up campuses. And right now it seems like with all the agreements that have been made and that we've signed upon early at the very inception of the pandemic, really tied up our hands and really tied up our negotiations to the point where now, even though we've supported these small groups and we've supported these interventions, we supported these one-on-one meetings, our hands are still tied because the fact that the metrics and the county guidelines and the state guidelines have been coming in, but like our campuses are still closed. So this doesn't mean everyone, as Dr. Clark said, everyone coming back on campus, us moving forward with that hybrid schedule. It means those targeted intervention groups. But in order to do that, we need to start opening up our campuses for students. I can only go to Northgate to pick up a book, and then that's it.
Right. And we also do need to make sure that we are clearly communicating the agreements that have been made, because in November, there was an addition to the MOU that said that one-on-one meetings are allowed. Now, it did have a limit of 4 students at a time and 16 students per day. So that is our current agreement for one-on-ones. So Michelle, you actually could go onto campus for something other than picking up a textbook. You could meet with a teacher or a counselor or an administrator. We need to make sure that all students know that, parents know that, administrators know that, teachers know that. That is allowed currently. One-on-one meetings is allowed. And that's why I also appreciate, Dr. Clark, how you put in to the safe reopening plan that we just approved, the athletic conditioning protocols. And it says, and extracurricular, because extracurricular is also allowed according to our current agreements, following the same exact protocols as athletics. And I think a lot of school sites, a lot of people don't know that that is allowed, that your extracurricular, could be your leadership team, could be one of the clubs, can meet if they follow those protocols. So I think we also need to communicate clearly to our administrators and our community about how, if someone wants to start on-site extracurricular, what is the process to do that? Can you maybe clarify that for everyone? I know we had you talk about that at the last meeting as well, Dr. Clark, but basically, if someone is interested in that in a school site, they need to speak to the principal, correct?
Yeah, they obviously speak to the principal. We don't want people just coming out of the woodwork creating a extracurricular activity. So it's something that is approved by the principal, something that has been ongoing, whether it's the robotics club or the band or leadership class, things like that. The journalism club or whatnot, those types of things. And they would just talk to their principal and get a copy of what the plan, what they have to cover within their plan. And they would work, secondary folks would work with their principal and Miss Allen, and elementary folks would work with their principals and Miss Cowbeck. So, and they will guide them along the way to make sure that they have, all the protocols and procedures in place, and then they can happen.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, which is basically what the athletic coaches went through, right, when they were designing their plan.
And just so we know, like the guidance with the athletic coaches is changing by the day. So let me just bore you for a moment, but I think it's important. So there was, we have students who are playing, let's just say, club baseball, right? And they're on a club traveling team that's playing somewhere, not affiliated with school. So they're part of a cohort, right? They're part of a group on that team. Then we have our athletics where you might have, you know, cross country, you might have tennis or something, and one of those players might then come out for that team. Well, up until there was, you know, just very black and white guidance on that, it had been, that wasn't allowed. Like you could only belong to one cohort. And so just today, CIF had to put out a statement that said it is a recommendation, but it's not a must, right? So we, you know, so a student could play on a club team and do a school activity as well. It's discouraged, but it's not a deal breaker. And that guidance just came out today. So that's how fluid, you know, a lot of these things are. And you know, we have an amazing group of athletic directors who, you know, do amazing work, but now they have to change their tune just, you know, just from because a new set of guidance came out around, you know, deciphering a must to a you know, suggested or a may.
All right, trustees, any other questions or discussion on this topic?
I suggest we move to the next agenda item.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, moving on. If I can find my agenda still. All right, 17.2, review of the draft Mount Diablo Unified School District COVID-19 prevention program. Dr. Clark.
Yeah, so again, this is the document that that needs to be posted on, you know, posted on your website. And there's also a checklist that goes along with this. Once this becomes, you know, once this becomes something that we've formally approved, I'm not bringing it for approval tonight. I'm just bringing it for information only. We're going to bring it back at the next meeting. But this is our safety plan. These are all of our procedures. Clearly, these are the same that are in the document that I presented, but this is from the Cal OSHA template, and again, we need to confer with all stakeholders, and so this document is posted here, and it's available for anyone to review, look at. They can direct questions to myself, and I will get it to the proper people. But if there's questions about it, we won't be taking any formal action on this until the 24th.
Questions, comments? So can you explain, Dr. Clark, because there's some information out there that people are saying that this plan was actually due in, I don't know, December, and we hadn't done it. Can you clarify and clear up some of the confusion around when this is due and for what reason?
Right. So what happened was Cal OSHA came out with a set of guidelines that districts needed to follow, but they were going to become law, right? Or they were going to become, you know, they were recommendations or whatnot in last year, and then as we moved into this year, you had to do them. There was an option to either use your illness, injury, and prevention plan as this document, which we do have and we always have had, or use this template. And what we did, we just used our IIPP plan as our you know, as our plan of drafting our you know, prevention, mitigation policies and procedures. As I've shared, you know, the guidelines and recommendations and clarity has been changing constantly. So if this board remembers, several months ago, I brought forward a document that showed basically what we do when someone comes down with COVID, or what happens, you know, our contact tracing, things of that nature. So we have had that document, but we have had to revise it, you know, over and over and over as the as the guidance has changed. So we were working off of our IIPP plan. We did not bring this forward formally because we were not planning on opening in purple. But again, if you read the letter of the law, or if you get down to the minute details of it, we are probably behind the times on this particular document, but the practices and protocols have been in place for some time. So that's what this document is, and if you read through it, it really does hit on those things of wearing a mask, physical distancing, looking at ventilations, looking at air filters, cleaning and disinfecting, and policies around shared tools and equipment and PPE equipment. So again, it's all things that we've had in place, but just to get them in one document in one place, here it is. And we're late bringing it to the board because we were using our IIPP plan.
Thank you. All right. So this will come back at our next meeting for approval after it's gotten input from the various.
Yeah, not really input, because we just need to confer. So that is just presenting it there. But if anyone has input, please send it my way, and I will get it to the proper person. If there's something in here that that doesn't seem right, or that there's a concern that we're not doing it, or we've left something out, then we would definitely want to know that.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate the I kind of like the Appendix B, the inspections, because it has the status of things and then also the person assigned to correct and the date corrected. So it seems like that's a system that, we have in place that will be able to make sure if someone is saying that something should have been happening and didn't happen, this is a way to make sure that corrections do happen as they will be needed along the way. So.
Yeah, I think, I think what, again, what makes this challenging, and I think we heard a little bit of that during comments today and whatnot, is whose responsibility is it to cover these things? Well, I can pretty much guarantee you that COVID is not in anybody's job description.
Right.
And so, and especially our job descriptions, many of them are outdated and need to be updated. And so clearly it's not in there. And so, who does check on things if we're like, who does contact tracing, right? Mm-hmm. So who does contact tracing? Our administrators do the contact tracing because their duties as assigned, right? And there's no one else that really falls under that area. So it's just, it's challenging, but yes, but the checklist does really help to focus that. And we have amazing staff who do volunteer to, to step up and just do what needs to do, they do what needs to happen to get it done. And so that happens still throughout, the organization, and it's continuing to happen, with when issues arise.
And you mentioned there's a checklist that goes with it, that will be going with this. Are you talking about the site checklist per site?
So, no. The checklist is going to look just like this document. This is that guidance document, but it says checklist here, and I actually already have it all filled out, but I'm going to bring it forward to the board when we bring this document forward. So the checklist that you're talking about is more of, where's the PPE equipment, where are the signs, where are the plexiglass in the office, things to that nature, which our principals and custodians and maintenance crew have.
Okay, so if a parent or a community member is interested in the checklist, helping with the checklist at their site, they would just contact their principal.
Contact their principal, yeah.
Great. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions on this item? Okay. I did have one last question. I'm sorry. I know it's late.
That's all right.
you know, in some places, I don't think it's a requirement at this point, but it does seem like it would be helpful for transparency, having a COVID dashboard on our website that lists by school site or building, the number of cases, that sort of thing. Is that something that could be developed for Mount Diablo?
If the board would like us to go in that direction, that is something that I believe that we can produce. It is above and beyond. I mean, we do need to communicate and keep track of these numbers, but do we need to put it, you know, as a dashboard or something? That's really up to the board.
Trustee Mayo?
My concern is that I'm concerned that it goes beyond transparency. It becomes blaming. And I would want to understand and look at districts that have implemented it already that have similar demographics to ours to make sure that it doesn't, you know, create assumptions around schools or their parent populations or their, you know, just the communities that they are in. Yeah,
I'm with you.
Perhaps it's just a way that we post a document somewhere, you know, not that I'm trying to hide the information, but you know, we all look at thermometers and then overreact. Is it better to have it as a PDF in a certain section on the COVID web page or something like that? And right now, that's my opinion, and I'm more than willing to listen to other folks' opinion about the intrinsic value of having a dashboard. I mean, would there be other information that's provided with it other than the cases?
I'm with you. I would kind of like to sit with it for a while because I right away thought it could be turned into a negative kind of thing. So yeah, I'd like to sit and think about that for a bit.
Okay. Trustee Nzewi?
I think that where our transparency should come from is through contact tracing. I don't know that contact tracing should be the responsibility of any staff at the district because there's contact tracers who are doing this professionally right now. And I honestly think that's probably more important than having a public display of where and how COVID exposures may happen in school. Because the most important people they need to know is the people who may have been exposed.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I hear you. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, trustees, for discussing that. All right. Any last thoughts? No? Okay. All right. So 17.3, review and potential approval of the mediator recommended settlement agreement for successor contract between CST Local 1 and MDUSD dated December 17th, 2020. Dr. Clark.
Yes, I'm hoping that Dr. Rubio or Dr. Scudero are still with us, and this is one of their items. There he is. I knew he was there.
Still here. And Dr. Scudero, I think, is going to hop on as well. So we have this agreement for you. We are happy to have an agreement. I believe it's already been sent out to the county. So we had to give it that 10-day time frame to let the county review it. So it is here for your consideration this evening. And Dr. Scudero, if you're on, or Cesar, feel free to chime in.
And this is on for action, so we will need a motion. Is that correct?
Yeah. That's correct.
So if there's no questions, I would go ahead and make the motion that we approve the mediator recommended settlement agreement to the successor contract between CST Local 1 and MDUSD dated December 17th, 2020.
Thank you, Trustee Mason.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Mayo. So motion by Trustee Mason, second by Trustee Mayo. Any other discussion or questions? Okay, we'll take it to a vote. Trustee Alas.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin,
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. Thank you very much. All right, I think we've made it to the very last item. 17.4, review and potential approval of nomination of 3 new members to the Budget Advisory Committee.
We're hoping that this doesn't become a standing item, but we do have 3 new names. We have our 2 new board members have appointments. Cassie Permenter from board member McFerrin, Gabby Cerezo from board member Nzawi, and then Lauren Barbosa is going to be replacing Ryan Pfaltzgraf.
All right, very good. Do we have a motion?
Madam President, I move that the board approve the appointment of Cassie Permiter to the Cassie Permiter, Gabi Sorenzo, and Lauren Barbosa to the Budget Advisory Committee, effective immediately.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, motion by Trustee Mayo, second by Trustee Mason. And thank you, trustees for McFerrin and Nzewi for reaching out to the community and finding representatives to this committee. It's really great to have that representation. All right, we'll put to a vote. Trustee Alas.
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes.
Trustee Mayo.
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi.
Yes.
Trustee McFerrin.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from student board member. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. And I believe that was the last item. We had no closed session carryover. Future agenda items. Does anyone have a future agenda item? All right. With that, item 21.1, we adjourn the meeting at 11:20 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for your resilience through that meeting.